Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's have a great day. I was messing with my mic this morning, so please let me know if it sounds okay or if there's any suggestions you have for changing it. I am doing things today that I totally remember what I'm doing. Oh, goodness. Let me take my meds before we begin, shall we? Oh, alright. Take it with orange juice. Learn to take your meds. If you have meds, take them. Take them every day. Alright. Ooh, I should get my face tracking together, huh? Whoops! Whoopsie poopsie. Oh my god, there's a leaf blower outside my window. I just started screaming. What do you mean? Oh my god, I'm screaming. It looks like you guys can't hear it, but there's literally a leaf blower right outside of my window. Right as I started, like, getting my shit together. Poggers. This is great. I love this. 10 out of 10. Perfect timing. What more could me, Elaine, ask for? You can hear it, Pog. I have to change my background. God, I love the song. God, I love the song. Hello, Rainer. Thank you so much for the check-in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh my god. Working as intended. Okay, cool. Yeah. Julio. Alright. This cow. I'm alive. I'm alive. My voice is so much quieter on the OBS thing than I think it used to be, so let me know if the music's a bit loud compared to me, because now I had to turn stuff down, I guess. Hello. Get my stuff out. There we go. Alright, I have to make a go live post. I totally didn't forget that I need to do that. If you need to use the gain in the compressor settings, okay. I think a bit quieter, because like 15 to 20, I think, is where I often have my music. I'm gonna turn this to like 30. There. Oh wait, shit, what? Oh. I did the wrong thing. Hold on, let me turn this back down. Settings. Oh, so this thing. Okay. Let's just turn me up like 5. That's like, it seems like a lot. Let's do 2? Do I like 2? Wait a little bit. What about a 14? Yeah, I like 14. 14 is good for me. Let me know if it sounds weird on your guys' end. Keep that open just in case. I can feel you all around me. Affinities being weird. Make some tea. Make some tea, and then I'm fucking gonna fuck it up so I can't have tea. Wow. The gain is applied last in the chain of effects, but before OBS, so that's the best one to use. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I like the way that I sound, so if you guys think it sounds good, then we're pogging. I don't know why my Twitch promos aren't coming up in my thing, but that's okay. We go. see. Bow, 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 bow. A king of the world. Why can't I see these? I might try to do a little bit video editing of some clips that I want, because I want to do like a Elaine out of context part 1, you know? I think that'd be fun. Who can neither say? Hat do I have? Ah, I have a Jack the Dog one. Okay. I'm also gonna have to work on a commission today as well. For Zoe. Okay, it's morning, Boofers. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thumbnails are April 7th. Doing Cryptid Cuddler for V highlight this week because I love them. I love them. Today we're gonna do Noble today. What have I done? Yeah. I'm an Altho. I crave something sweet and I'm sadly looking for options in my house. What? I am, although I crave something sweet. Why don't I have a PB&J? Can you make a PB&J? I made Pixels a PB&J for breakfast. Or could you make like chocolate milk or something? No PB&J. Okay, what do you have sweet that's in your house? New inbox planner. What the fuck is this? Capture everything with inbox. Create a space of capture to-dos. Schedule your to-do with a planner. God, I wish I could have Trello like oh shit. Did they add it to the free version? Alright, nothing. That's my sadness. You have energy drinks though, right? Those are coming in. Dude, this is actually sick. Because the calendar view used to only be for the paid version. Yo, that's actually sick. Hold on. I love you not. I stay or should I? I'm gonna play the first like 4 songs again on my stream because I can. I've been obsessed with these. Continue. Yo, this is actually sick though. So if I put this like I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love. Energy drink, but I feel ingesting intense amounts of caffeine to soothe the sweet tooth is not advisable. Very much not advisable. Very valid. This is unfortunate hapstance, my friend. If you had any fruit in the house, fruit is a good alternative for when you're craving sweets. I don't really know. I don't know what's in your cupboard. Otherwise, I'd be happy to lend a hand. I love the song. I love, 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 I love. All I can think of is that repo guy getting back shots. Now this is in my head, my head thinks to Boffy. Dude, fucking my pantry's slowly dry, and by dry I mean everything requires effort to make. No, that's valid. Can I change the color of these? I'm very curious. Would this mean that I don't need to have an alarm any longer for my stuff? I wish it wasn't like a 12-hour thing. I wish it was like a day-by-day thing. I love, 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 I love. And then Saturdays, which will come out. This one needs to come out today on YouTube. Can I change like the colors? Let's see, edit, delete. I don't do it like that anymore. Let's edit these as red for YouTube. Yeah. And then like in tandem. It was already posted. Maybe doing it day by day would be better. Flexible. I just don't want it to be purple. These are fine being purple, but this time 3 to 3:30. Okay, what if it's like an all day thing? What if, because they have like notifications that are like all day? What does this mean? Okay, so they don't do all day ones. Okay. It'd be cool if I could have these as different colors. Then that's fine. And then these are cool, but because I can't organize them into like YouTube versus like TikTok, I don't think I'll use these just yet. Luckily, I feel like I'm quite organized as it is, so I don't think it's too bad. I also need to start the timer. Okay, I don't think I'll use this. Okay. We're making a video on is it Hollow V Fame this week though? It is Hollow V Fame this week though. Which we are covering Vadal. Vedal. Vadal? Vedal? keep forgetting. Oh my god. Keep forgetting to post or to render Beef and Boof. I can't do those on stream because they take even longer. I'm already using my GPU resources. I cry. I cry. In the queue after this. Okay. I forgot last week's thingy, so I have to upload it now. Dynamic posing, keep driving. I don't remember what game this was. Do I have a different game I want to do? Oh, I want to do schedule 1 for this week. Oh, fuck, but we have to make the logo. Oh, man. God. That's okay. Movie. Hold on, I gotta talk about the movie for this week. What movie are we gonna... hold on, let me check if the movie that I want to watch this week is in English or not. Because I'll put a disclaimer if... This is on my other account. I think it's on my other account. Fuck. Oh my goodness! Fox, thank you for the gifted tier 1 subbies. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, we're going for another. With this, the subathon's still going. The subathon's still going. Hi, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? I'm looking at the movie that we're probably gonna watch. An ad. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry that this happened to you. You get the sub at what a crazy. What? Hold on, wait. Let's do it this way. Yeah, okay, the movie's not in English, okay. Hello. Oh shit. Okay. I don't watch Twitch enough to warrant it. That's completely valid though. Such a mood. Subathon's going good. I'm surprised that it's gone on for 2 weeks. But you know, I think for my first uncapped subathon, that's really good. I'm really proud. I have work to do this week. Movie membership. And support the content creators, all good. That is true. Tonight we'll be watching The Chef, The Actor, The Scoundrel. It's a based on true events kind of movie. On historical. I think China. I gotta look up The Chef, The Actor, The Scoundrel. In the 1940s, the second Shinto conducts an experiment, but really hinders the advance because the truth let's do it this way. I'll be watching a bit more serious movie. What has comedic plot points? And Unfortunately, it's not in English. It has English subtitles, but I think a really good movie we can all enjoy. I can just copy and paste what I had last time. Not English means we can talk over the movie. No! It's a really good movie. I like it so much. I mean, I guess if you want to, I'm not gonna stop you. It's like, it's a really good, oh my god, there's a lot of things happening while you watch this, so you're kind of like, I don't know if it's a really great movie to talk in. I like it a lot. I'm gonna talk about the movie? Oh yeah, but there's a lot happening. I will say there's a lot happening, a lot being uncovered at every moment, so not to disregard. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just hope everybody likes it. This is one of my favorite movies, but I can understand if like not it being in English puts people off. Like, it's so good I bought the movie. Not today, but I when I found out about it, I bought it so I could keep watching it again and again and again. Oh, I didn't put a poster with it. I'm gonna name the to what I'm feeling. I want like a movie poster. Yeah, this one works. Well, that one looks a little weird. I'll take this one. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me. I remember for Vibe and Shine, I was going to talk about something that happened on stream. Thank you for the boop. I forgot what we were going to talk about on Vibe and Shine. Fuck. Feel you all around me. I don't really think I have a lot of things. Thank you for the check-in. I mean, I have a lot of cat videos that I haven't put in the videos, but like, I don't know what else. Fuck, I thought I was gonna talk about something that happened to me on stream, but I forgot. Okay, I think I know. I talk about advanced GG at the end. You know what? Since we're doing Imagine Dragons, hold on, let me grab a song. We're gonna talk about bonds affiliated with advanced GG. I think that'd be nice. Cause it's our first affiliate. I think that's cool. Lord, why did I make that so big? Never make my PRF this big. Alright, so we gotta edit all these back. Why are these like a weird, why are these not my, what the fuck? The heck? Okay, I'm just gonna leave that be for now. I don't want to think. This one.
Oop, I have to fart.
Oop, I have to fart. Okay. Sure. Hi, Rhino. Rhino, how are you? I'm here. Work has been crazy, crazy good, crazy bad. I don't like that all of this is an aerial. I'm gonna change it. I'm changing it. That one's a demo, so that probably won't have numbers. Ooh, that's cute though. It shows how unruly my handwriting is. I had to do these some at some point. I keep getting distracted, so I never do these other videos. We'll get there someday, though, chat. We'll get there someday. Oh shit! I did the wrong song. Hold on, I got you. I really gotta add this to my like songs. I don't know why it's not in that playlist. There we go. I fixed it for you. Sorry about that. Sick. Artisan. Okay, that one's taken care of. And now I have to upload a VOD for today. Just one damn days. One damn days. God, I love Otto. I do too. I like the groove of this one. Sorry, so groovy. March 29th. March 29th. Yeah. Yep. And then yes. Okay. For Kimi, save of management can't boop. Hey, troublemaker. Hello. How are you doing, Kiwi? Hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for the check-in. No, it is not made for kids. No. Paste. Be in English. Next. Public. Publish. I've got a cow and I bet you just do home. Yippee! Yippee! What did that guy say? Dying. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know what the guy said, but that's okay. Like, they had a message and then it got removed and then they got banned. I don't really know. Keep viewer bots. 31st, March 31st. Save. And go back. And now that is uploading. And I have April 1st, April 2nd, I too have. And April 3rd, I have as well. Which I didn't write down. Name of that one, which was last Thursday. And then April 4th was Friday. Is it? Well, this is this one, and then oh, that's this week. Okay. EJ time. Don't talk to me. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I just need the 4th. The 4th is the last one I need, along with these. Download. So we'll start with that one. Welcome, take this city. Who can call me girl? Call me Hannah Pretty. Baby, don't you like this beat? Made it so you stick with me. 199 degrees. Okay, so we'll start with Vibe and Trend first because it is the one that needs to be done first. I want to do this one. Does he have the one where he's like stimming with his bowl? Like it's just him stimming. Actually, people won't be able to hear it. Damn, minute. This is true. I do have to watch your guys' TikToks like throughout the week because I fucked up and I didn't watch them all last week. So let's watch them now. We can watch them now since we're already here. Stimming cat, because we do need one. We need one. Let's watch some of them. This is just the little guy stimming. He's stimming. Alright. Oh my god. I forgot. I wish I could like bookmark, you know, like bookmark how far back we need to go. Oh god, this needs to go back as far as the 28th. Oh, who's Penelope? I remember that. I remember this one.
Where's this dog I keep hearing so much about?
Oh, he's right here.
That's a grown-ass man.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a little old,
that's a
but
good
hey, who said
point.
you can't teach old dogs new tricks. Ready? Watch this.
I've
Speak.
seen this one.
What's up,
I
bro?
remember
Good boy.
this. And the 401k dental plan. Oh, look at this one. This one's pretty creative. Okay. Yeah, we'll just favorite
If this
that.
is sent to you, it means you have real ankle biter energy. Real
Grrr.
type shit. You bark real loud for someone who can't even correct the waiter for putting pickles on your burger. If this is sent to you,
I like the video. I like the VTuber. The way the VTuber cut bugs me a little bit. Oh my god, this guy picks up a piece of poop. It was a piece of poop.
Hey,
I like this one. He's got show his face.
And having autism is okay. Send this to somebody who's autistic.
Thank you, Buffy.
But now I'm trophied up, I'm saying like bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam.
Bam.
Shit, but now I'm trophied up.
This trend is cute.
I'd get back with my ex.
you get back with your ex.
Yeah.
Your ex
Yes.
that you're broken up with.
Exactly.
You would get back with them.
I've seen this video. It's like it fucking. This was Buffy. These are Buffy's.
Flying turtle in the sky traveling.
Game. I'll review game ones later.
I just did. What you gonna do about it, champ?
there are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control.
That's crazy. Oh my god! Oh my god, I realized! I just realized! Oh!
Together quite a lot. That is nice. And I prefer to Jack Links. I prefer you keep it that way as well. We got to talk to a jerk master. Can you introduce me to one? Have you been? You're looking at me.
If a person starts to ghost you, hit them up and be like, hey, I heard some wild shit about you. You might want to hear this. And as soon as they reply,
And then just don't.
You ghost them. Stay toxic, motherfuckers. If a person
Hell yeah, that's great. I like it. Oh my god. Danny DeVito in The Lion King, what?
Oh no, you don't.
No, that's too well done! No! 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 No!
Kind of flow we can achieve.
Oh yes, I love this guy.
We've achieved intriguing and interesting flow. Yeah, dog. That is.
Yeah, dog. Dude, I'm so doing this guy. Okay. This guy's also going on it. Oh wait, there's multiple kids in mine.
He doesn't leave me alone. He keeps biting me.
There's a kitten and you're threatening. I've never owned a kitten before this small. Moira was 3 months old when we got her. They're just little guys. They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. Oh, he's so fluffy.
Oh, he's not happy.
That's me. He's like, yo, dog, back. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Sorry.
What's the matter? Are you pooping?
You pooping?
I think you might
You
be
pooping?
constipated.
Okay. He was not happy. Okay, wait, where were we? Okay. Wait, I just want to make sure we're spreading out the TikToks, you know? We don't want to... Okay, so I will watch March 30th. Stop at March 30th. Okay. So we can keep watching them until the the March 30th ones.
You missed. You missed.
He missed.
Oh my.
Oh. It's not enough now. Oh.
Asshole. He just had to drop it there. Wait, there's one more.
He broke it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
1, go.
Wait, okay. Wait, okay. It's okay.
1, go.
No! 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 Oh, okay. March 28th. Go back to March 28th, then I will again stop it. Oh shit, wait, what the fuck? A lot of these were sent April 1st. I love autism one. Oh goodness. Oh goodness, guys. Go further. Okay. We'll stop on April 1st. Okay, stopping April. Stop. April 1st. I love the sheer amount of overlap me and Kiwi have. No spoilers. Ew, don't put Kirby feet in my chat. Ew. Okay, 28th. Murphy toilet.
With a new idea. It's called a Murphy toilet. It's like a Murphy bed, but for toilets.
Ew, bro, that's disgusting.
9 of them. This is the second one I designed. This one's great for anyone who likes watching television. Doesn't that look cozy? If you're someone with a lot of records or books, this toilet would be perfect for you. It can hold all of those. This one's cool. This one transforms into a comfortable recliner. If your back's getting tired on there, take a break and relax. I'm someone who doesn't use their oven that often, so yeah, this one comes out of the oven. It saves space, and it might even taste good. You know,
It might. No, I'm done. It might even taste good. Get the fuck out of here.
Being born, whose parents were not alive when the first Shrek movie came out. I guess the years start coming and they don't.
Don't stop. Stop it. Ash Jeeves, bro, that's old. That was before my time, kind of old. The dot. No, it's the poo slinger. Oh, bro's gonna sling his poo poo. I'm afraid. When does he sling his poop? I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. When does he poop? Does he poop? If he doesn't poop, I'm not afraid. The scary part is that he poops. The fuck? What the fuck? Is that a chocolate chip with like strawberry sauce? Kit. It's the same display case as my Bad Dragons? Wait, what is it? He didn't really show us what the kit was. My judgment rate is that you can't recommend me shows. Yes, I'll probably love it, but will I watch it? No. It will become something I procrastinate until I start liking it in an independent and unrelated way. I can't be influenced. This is me. This is me with anything.
What if you could pay for a service that would like ethically like alter your mind to be like your best self? It's called an education. No. Like I'm talking like it just completely.
That's like therapy, dog.
Like ethical brainwashing. Yeah, it's called therapy.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's called therapy, my guy.
Pay for a service that would like ethically like alter your mind.
I'm sure he wants it like a one-time transaction, you know, one-time thing, but it's like closest we got is therapy.
So speaks Empress She-Wolf. That may be the hottest geek I've ever laid eyes on.
That's crazy.
How about now? Yeah, still hot.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Don't eat your pets. Really? You both sent this to me? Why did you both send this to me? Why did you both send me this? The only kids I'm having are fake fucking TTS kids. The fact that you both sent this to me is wild. Oh my god. Oh my god, his cheek is so chubby. His little cheek sack.
Oh, look at that. It's so
To see you.
Come here, you. Come here, you.
Repo's next update.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? That was... I don't like that the girl in the video went kawaii at this fucking massive dog.
Will be massive. Big changes are coming to Repo.
Pokes on my drink. I would
The
have
developers
too.
are introducing a new mechanic designed to make late game runs more exciting, tactical, and challenging. Right
Oh, is this
now,
the
when
overcharge
players
thing?
hunger, the developers have come up with a new solution called Overcharge. Now,
Yeah, overcharge. I knew it was coming and still choked, dude. That was wild. Oh, baby. Exquisite. Exquisite. A queen. A slay. Oh. I'm smoking on the job. Oh, fucking bop. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's so true, though. Korean grandmothers, when they have gimbap, they'll swallow that shit so fast.
Cow utters no milk because I was curious. What is not that? They're like not even there. Everybody is dry nursing cows. They're recognizable.
What?
The udders. Watch this. Watch this. What animal is that? Tell me. I dare you. What animal? Huh? Don't say a moose, a bull, a male cow,
Mongoose.
hamster, zebra, mongoose. Guys, we're gonna do a little class here, okay? I want
Okay.
you to tell me what animal is this. Pretty easy. It's a cow. Yes.
Mm.
Good job. Now
The clicker.
just tell me what animal this is. Go, go.
I love it. That's funny. Oh, oh god. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna watch it first. That was terrifying! Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw this. I got this on my For You page thanks to you guys on my alt account. And I showed this to Pixels and he was so upset. He was so upset about he's like it bursted its butthole and then defiled it, and I said it's okay, it was prolapsing anyway. And Pixels was so upset. Yeah. It was the last image was kind of spooky. Hold on, we can watch it. It's not against TOS or anything like that, but it was fucking. I don't like the thing. That thing, that is terrifying.
Oh shit. Now we have you see the light behind it, the red light.
Oh, that's what I was telling you. What the fuck is that?
It's splugen. God is splugen. Jackie Lightning, hell yeah. Yeah, dude, how it's made is fucking, it's great. I love how it's made, man. Why is that cloud ejaculate? I don't know. Oh my god, yes! Oh, water of the day.
Today, from my first carousel here, the very first carousel to start it all off, I'm going to choose 2 packets from this one. I'm going to do the Skittles Kiwi Lime. I'm also going to
the Skittles Kiwi Lime.
My Sonic Ocean Water packet. I love both of these flavors. I'm gonna go ahead and start off with the.
I love this because it literally, like, what they make is just not water.
Because I am coming down with something. I think I may have a cold. I don't know. I thought it was just allergies, but it might not be. Let's go ahead and give this a little mixeroonie. Now it is time for my ice. Y'all know I need a lot. Ice checks for Finny. And now for my second water bottle, I'm gonna go in with half of my Sonic Ocean Water. This is the most beautiful blue. Let's give that a shake.
It is. That's actually really pretty blue.
My ocean water right on over my Skittles Kiwi Lime. I'm just going to layer it over some ice. A lot of people tell me to use a spoon.
I wish that you would have used a spoon.
Ice works just fine. Like, if it's gonna layer, it's gonna layer. All right, we're almost there. And boom.
This is how you speedrun kidney stones. Do you think that's what's happening? They don't have a cold, they have a kidney stone.
Required to layer whatsoever. You just gotta be patient. It's so beautiful. Alrighty, let's go ahead and give this a little mixeroonie to get these flavors combined. I just know this is gonna taste amazing. Look at that color. Taste test coming in 3, 2.
It looks like Mountain Dew.
Let's see what it tastes like.
I feel like it's worse. Yeah, I love water TikTok. That water juice, I would say it's water. But if you ask me on a deeper level, I would say, of course, it's still water. The water doesn't simply evaporate because I added some powdered flavorings with less than 10 calories and 0 sugar in them.
I need a lot. And in addition to ice, I'm going to add in some Dazzle Dust, which is just edible glitter.
At that point,
Dazzle Dust.
It's not water.
So, last time I talked about this, I got thousands of people arguing in the comments. Many were saying this is no longer water because it has something added to it. Okay, so by your logic, this is water. And this, no longer water. It has something added to it.
Lemon
If you are
water.
saying this is no longer water, you have to admit that this also is no longer water. Now others
Lemon
say, I just don't wanna
water.
call it water. I want to call it sugar-free Kool-Aid. Cool, call it a doorknob. Call it a fucking mud flap. I really don't give a shit. What I have a problem with is this.
Just drink the fucking water.
Just drink the fucking water.
Just drink the fucking water. I mean, you really have no idea how many comments I get just like this, because whether you realize it or not, when people say things like that, it takes a real negative toll on the mental health of others. And for those about to go, they should stop being so soft. Hey, how about don't be an asshole? How about don't be a total fucking dick? That's also an option, you know? Because I'm really trying to create a space where people don't feel guilty
What's happening?
over their food options. Because if you want to drink only this ever, that is 100% A-okay.
Yeah.
But if you are someone that likes to add flavoring to your water, that is also 100% A-okay. Because
That's okay, but also it's not exactly good for you if you overdo it. You know, too much of anything is not good for you.
this will hydrate you.
The last one was water. I mean, yeah, it's like lemon
Otherwise,
water,
they don't
right?
understand basic chemistry, and you really don't have to listen to them.
This feels like is a hot dog a sandwich kind of thing, you know? And that's a lot. That's a lot to get in on Monday, like 1 hour into my day. But you know, stay hydrated, don't have too much of anything, and eat balanced meals. That's all I have to say.
Hey guys, so we're gonna be making a water today. We are gonna be doing the crushed watermelon with
Oh my god, that's so much ice, queen. By his logic, if you snort all of that powder, it's fine because apparently it doesn't.
Sonic Ocean Water.
Sonic Ocean Water, like, is crazy that they have that. Also, I love that amount of ice. That's so great. I love that they have so much ice in there. That shit's gonna stay cold all day long. That makes me so happy. Because your body loses water processing sugar and other crabs, so it's just straight up less hydration.
Flavors are like really good.
Alright, last I checked, the ocean was blue.
That's pretty.
I want to see it turn purple. Can you mix it, please? I want to see it be purple.
This, and then I'm gonna make probably another one today because I didn't have any yesterday. Really, I had like a bottle to try with you guys.
So the comment section of that video was absolutely trash. So many people saying that's not.
Okay, well, I don't really care about this part, I'll be honest. As long as they're having a good time and their health is okay, I don't care. I love this! Oh, so cool! My boyfriend trying to figure out why our daughter likes to drag her head on the wall. Because it itches your head. It's because it itches the head.
I get it. I get you.
Yeah, and it like... Yeah, it's like... I do this sometimes when I was a kid. I would do this. Now I just kind of rub my hand against the wall. But it's like a soothing cold, like, itch. It's like a soothing cold itch. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Oh.
Hey, can you guys watch my boss for a second?
Oh my god, it's Markiplier. Hi, Markiplier.
You think you can watch me? You think you can look
Yeah,
at
you
what
can.
I do? You know who I am? I really hope you know who I am. I'm the CEO. That means I'm in charge. That means I'm doing important shit. That means I didn't have a chance to fix my headband. I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Hey, thanks guys. Hope you. Thanks. Hey.
You're welcome. He's very intimidating, though.
No. Okay. Can I put it? Can I be put in your pocket?
Okay.
What happens? Oh.
Wait, hold on. Crouching it?
Yeah, wait, what?
Ah! Oh!
I know you can do this with a duck. You can put the duck in your pocket.
Hi.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
For 2 months, she'll barely move.
For 2 months, she'll barely move. That's a frog. Don't touch his tomato. Why'd you touch his tomato, bitch? The fuck? Mood. Mood. Oh, Miata! I would do this to my car. I would do that to my car. That mug. I have that mug in my house. So what are you doing in hell? Me. I threw itching powder onto people with no arms. Damn! What the fuck? That's mean. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. How far are we? I don't think we're that far or that close, but I just want to make sure that we stopped at April 1st. Boop, 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 Grandma. Okay, so we gotta stop at the Lion. Okay, we stop at the Lion. Okay. My friends will fly individually to all 84 TikToks I sent them. I will make sure I watch your guys' TikToks. I don't like that. Oh. Sorry, I just... God damn.
If you fill your butthole with helium, then super glue your cheeks shut, you will not float away into space like a cool human balloon. If you fill your...
Damn, that sucks. When a drop of rain hits my head, so I inform my 5G friend it's gonna rain in a couple of minutes. That's crazy!
Did you know that if you dig a hole in the dirt and put that dirt in a bucket, you will have approximately 1 bucket full of dirt? Did you know that if you...
That's crazy. What the fuck? I just want to let you know, as someone who lives inside your walls, I think you're doing great. Oh, thank you! Oh my god! It's windy, and it keeps closing the doors in our apartment and keeps scaring me. God damn. Oh my god, I would be pissing my pants. I'd be pissing. That thing could bite my head off, bro. Give him a kiss.
You have autism and have
Yeah, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it when doors are closed. Yeah, the ghosts. The ghosts.
autism is okay. Send this to somebody who's autistic.
I don't like the Freddy Fazbear at the end. The Freddy Fazbear scares me. Your bones are wet. They have always been. Yeah, well, when I die, my bones won't be wet. To be fair, I sent the autism TikTok the day you did the test, if I recall. That's valid. I'll watch them both.
It's my favorite
What?
store.
Titty. Titty. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, they look like they're gonna burst. Okay, wait, hold on. There was someone who was gonna say something.
Anyways,
I love this guy!
a logo in something like this? Check out our WhatsApp number or email in our bio. Send your logo.
I love this guy.
Design can be plugged in or cellular power.
Would he, do you think he would like sponsor me?
We can also make LED signs in other languages such as Arabic. Contact us for your quote.
Arabic.
Follow LC sign.
Yo, he should sponsor me. Oh, baby, is he real? Baby. Oh, look at his nose. Ah. Aesthetic to me. Oh, the lion. That is like kind of terrifying, but I think it's just the lion wants to snuggle with the baby. I love that. Hi. Hi. That's so cute. Alfie, it is Alfie. That's so cute. Okay. So we stopped on April 1st. And tomorrow we'll watch like more. Okay. I would not trust that glass. I feel like, you know, it's made to be that way, you know? I downloaded this already, didn't I? This was the... Yeah, I did. This is the cat. This was the cat with... Oh, I fucked it up because I downloaded the MP3. Whoops. Alright. Oh, god damn it. HOTTOGO. Okay. I just need to turn it down to my headset. It was made to be that way like 10 years ago, and I don't know how well it's maintained. That's valid. Ugh, I don't think the lion would try to cause any harm to the baby though. I think it just wanted to hug it. It was like, oh, it's a cute tiny little human. Where's the video that we saw? Oh, wait, this one? What about this one?
Let's see what kind of flow we get. Yeah, dog, we got strange and unusual minimal flow. Yeah, dog.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Do you not understand how lions work? No. If dangerous, why friend-shaped? If dangerous, why friend-shaped? Come back to me with the answer and then we'll talk. I wish I could do it with the watermark. I actually don't care if it has the watermark, to be honest. I'd honestly prefer it if it had the watermark. That's okay. Oh, mortal life. Yeah, dog. We got flow. I gotta make a soundboard. It's not friend-shaped, it's predator-shaped. No, it's friend-shaped. What are you talking about? It's so friend-shaped. Forevermore. Oh wait, I need the name. You haven't seen this guy around your TikTok FYP, then you must be living under a rock. This ball of pure serotonin goes around and lets us know how good the flow is. Yeah, dog. If you think lions are friendship, I think it's a mental problem with you, to be fair. Well, yeah, I'm with Poppy. That's one of your lack of survival instinct showing. Elaine would not hold it up in natural selection. No, I would not. See, Pixels has so much good natural selection that it goes into like, so Pixels is like 180% like plus in like survival instincts. So that 80% drips down into me. So like I'm 80% good, which is passing, you know? I think it's called anxiety. Wait, what? I've seen enough humans are space orc prompts to know that will be our catchphrase to aliens. What? I think it's called anxiety. I just love animals. That's why I think bullets are friend-shaped. That's why I think bullets are friend-shaped. In my mind, bullets are friend-shaped. Bullets in D&D. The land shark. I was gonna do the cat stimming video. It's this one. House. I think your survival rate goes above 100, it becomes a disorder. Oh yeah, I mean Pixels has disorders. Pixels is just so smart. See, he's he's very well at functioning as a human being, but then like he's got his ADHD and little bit of tisms, which make it a plus 80%, you know? But then it's the trickle down, so I get that 80% because I love him and I'm his life partner. Oh god, I want to go to Goodwill. I want to go thrift shopping because I love thrift shopping. I grew up thrift shopping. I love thrift shopping. Be bad. I want a tiara today. Chat, can I have a tiara? I want a tiara. Do the VTuber assets have tiaras? I bet they do. Tiara. None of these are tiaras. What the fuck? I have to make my own. I don't have enough time today to make my own. I don't have enough time today. Can I recolor this one? I don't know what this says, so I guess not. I see London, I see France, I see underpants. Moira is so distraught now. Yeah, because it's fucking windy. Okay, I want to speedrun this because I really want to make a soundboard for my stream deck. Because there's some fucking audio things that there's some memes that I want to reference that you guys wouldn't understand. And so it's like I need it. These aren't really retired, they're just like other models. Yeah. I need another folder. I have to go pee! I have to go pee! Oh my god, I have to go pee. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, fellows. And I had to take away a fucking thing from Moira because she somehow got a hold of this like little bead bag that I have a little like stone made flower beads. And I don't know how she got them, but like I had to take them from her because they're so tiny that she could eat them and then poop them out, and I don't want to dig through a poop from them because I don't know where these came from. Like I think I was like given them by my mom, and I've just had them since. But I don't want her to eat them and then poop them. They're really cool because it's like they're made out of stone. And they come in like all sorts of colors. Who's streaming today? So bit with Goldie. Ow, my tit. My tit. Ow, my tit is like. Ow. My tit is owing. Alright. Who else is streaming? I want to lurk. Open link a new tab. Perfect. Okay. A good amount of people. I could escape. With my whole world. So you gotta delete these. Actually, I want to be able to see it that way. Wouldn't it be sweet? Delete Mondays. Collections. I have to change how I think my stream looks in terms of collection of videos, I think, really quick. Customize layout. Featured clips. Do past broadcasts. Wish I could like remove recent highlighted uploads because I don't. That's fine. Alright, if you haven't seen this guy around on your TikTok FYP, then you must be living in a rock. Because this ball of pure serotonin goes around and lets us know how good the flow is. Yeah, dog. It's in different parts of their city. Yeah, dog. In other news, for the fellow stimmers out there, here is a little orange boy stimming alongside us, pressing down on this old dog bowl to get that satisfying pop sound. Ease that little brain cell of his. And I forgot to grab the username. To my own world, I could be a favorite girl. This one, to finish off week, I got a bit of news for you from the Twitch, from my little hovel over on Twitch. We got our first affiliate with the wonderful Advanced GG. So if you'd like to try them out and get 10% off your order, use Milk GG today. And I'll give you a big ol' smooch. Why'd the one go away? Alright, so I also forgot that I need to take screenshots of all this. And then just screenshot it from here. We got strange and unusual minimal flow. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. I'll have to like record like a video for this bit. Record me going wow at different products. And then we gotta open this guy. Go to... Oh, I need to download the rest of my... events. And then this one will also be put into events. And then episode 35 has been uploaded to this channel. Yes, we're on episode 39 at this point. So I'm gonna remove the last 3 episodes, I think. 35, 36, and 37. Alright. And then we'll download this one. Come back to that. And then we'll do 15 week of APR 7, 25, 28 cryptid cuddler. Actually, let me copy their username. It's easier that way. Yeah, what it's on. 27 dynamic posing. Hall of VFame 19 is Vettel. And then 22 is going to be schedule 1. Yeah, I think that's everything for this week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Yep. Kind of very interesting that I can't find my reasons now, but that's okay. I think it'll be cleaner if I do it this way. Video editing. Vibe and shine. This one. This is APR 7 to APR 13. I got alone. I might just use my panel for this. Brand, this one. This in the back. Pictures, screenshots, by date. Oh, this is not the right. The world but for you, but it always had to end. Enough for how I feel. love you more than I could love myself. I try so hard, but can't lose myself. Oh, strawberry chainsaw, you're the sweet caution and you're sweet. Alright, let's actually this one should be in VOD since we're still downloading VODs. 25. Video editing. And then we can do V highlight next. For how I feel. Cuddler. Love you more than I could love myself. I'm to fall in love again. I want to change the background image on this. Try so hard, but I can't love myself. Oh, strawberry chainsaw, you're the sweet. Oh, that's the wrong one. Heck. Oh, I know why that happened. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That means it might break some of the other things, but that's okay. But I'm going to have a good stream. Have a good nap, Bonfy. I'll miss you. Sleep well. Let's see. Babies, Kai, babies new pro bold. I hope so too. I think you'll like it, but no sweat if you're asleep. All this time, I'm still into you. You're on the butterfly. Into you. Oh, this is the demo font. These are the demo fonts. I don't want the demo fonts. Font like Baby Snoop. Actually, we could use Helvetis. I've been using Helvetis a lot lately, and now that we're not using too thick though. I need a font that's not as thick. Let's go to the font. This time, I'm still into you. Ooh, Lovely Sign is cute. Be over on the butterflies. I'm into you. See, let's go basic. I think it's sans serif. Yeah, sans serif. Let's sort by new wave. Submit. I don't want her at all. Okay, we're gonna borrow Dahlia's name so that way I could see. Random thought, but what are the chances that someone would be under surveillance for selling drugs and then end up raiding the house to find out they don't have drugs? Or we're just playing Schedule 1 and they ruin the whole installation. Sorry for the rant. No, you're fine. I like that thought. I don't know how likely it is. See, the more likely thing is you have a crotchety old neighbor that thinks you're selling drugs. And then they call and like, hey, you know, I know for a fact that my neighbor's selling drugs because all he talks about all day is selling goth girl queef at a high price, and that he's got, you know, like your neighbor calls it in, right? And then they come in thinking they've got the drug bust of a century, only to realize that you're playing the game. I think that's more likely, that like someone else would call it in on you and then they'd be like, you're fucking kidding me, it's a video game. But yeah, that's what I think is likely. Fixed with. I want sans serif. Maybe popular is best. Love Habetus. But I want one with like uppercase and lowercase. What I'm saying. No, absolute. Worship at the bedroom. Open to a country. I don't like a lot of these. I think I might restructure it. I think I might restructure this as a whole. Let me do that really quick. Actually, let's actually hold on. I guess that's in the center. I don't want it to feel a bit. No, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna restructure this one because I feel like it could be slicker, you know? I could just do it now. I was like, maybe I should wait, but I think I should just do it now. Layer, convert to curves. In high horse. Take me to church, worship like a dog inside of the night. Tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife. Breaking news UI. This one was a bit meant to be a bit more news broadcasty. Ooh. Why the fuck is the example name on this one? They have Justo Mateus, Sapien Odio, Leo Molesti. What the fuck? It's weird. I don't like it. Ooh, I like this idea. Oh. I haven't really done an arrow type one. Oop. I am. Only then I am free. Put this on top. Yeah, because I think I'm not exactly liking how it's looking like at this current moment. I think we need something new, something fresh. And I think that'll also help in video editing because I feel like I'm getting a little lacklustery, a little like I want something more from it. I don't like that. Right, and I often do like okay. Because this is meant to be like the successor of V highlight, so I think we could up it. Let's see. Okay, this is not exactly what I want. I want more like breaking news. I like this. I can do something like that. I kind of like that. Maybe. Hold on, let me bring this in here. Quite like that one. So it's like this. Boop. Want this to go all the way to the edge. And then we take another one of these. But I would do it like this. Gotta do some more peer training. I'll be back in an hour. Well, I'll miss you. Have a good time with your peer training. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, especially if we can like kind of like fade out, I think would look nice, honestly. Yeah. And then let's do the gray that we had. I liked this color, and then let's do this guy. Actually, let's take the darker color of this. And then do a thing of an inner glow, maybe? What about gradient overlay? Where it's a screen. I'm not against this. I'm actually not against that. But are you okay? Okay, chat. I'm gonna be 2 seconds, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. So it seems that my cat has decided anarchy is the best for today. She decided to jump up onto the clothes hanger in our closet and decide that that is where she would like to sit, which is on top of clothes hangers. It was very interesting to see the butt end of it, to be completely fair. She's good. She's just being a silly Billy, I guess. Alright. Post Malone. Who's Post Malone with nowadays? Who's he dating nowadays? You know? Actually, I don't really want to use a pure white. I don't know what the song is about, but it sounds like a drinking song. What's this one? This is the mask. All by myself. I kind of like this. kind of like a darker color, isn't it? And this one? Do like 50. I don't like that. Though part of me considers just making it blue. Hello, Moira Bug. Someone doing something they're not supposed to. I mean, I don't really mind if that's what you want to do, darling. Just as long as you don't get hurt. Mama doesn't have medical insurance for you right now, so. Big girl. Fine. She's kind of like grumpy, like as if we're mad at her. But I'm not mad, really. I think she's just being silly. Like, if that's what she wants to do with her day, that's fine by me, as long as she doesn't get hurt. Yes. Yes. Yes, I just want to listen to the song all day long. I love, 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 I love. This will be the nameplate V2. I spelled nameplate wrong. I know. I only know the song because of that Repo meme. Same, but isn't it such a good vibe though? I love it. I love, 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 I love. Very curious why it's not going over this, but I think that's okay. Hold on, let me go back. Okay. And then... Instead, the same. I love, 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 I love. I feel like it had like an angle. Like that. Well, this is caramel. This is how Sleep Token says it. Oh, now my door's doing it. Hmm. Honestly, I didn't know how I feel about the song, but the more I listen to it, the more I think I like it. What other colors transforms we got? Maybe that's not the color we want. Maybe we can make him yellow. Vivid light's kind of cool of a color. I might make the text of the highlight smaller. I think this new would be fine. Putting it like here. Is it the same? Like the ones where they have like a different thing? I think it's like slightly different. It actually isn't really in line with the text. I'd rather have it be more in line. A little bit more, I think, on this half. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. And then we can make it a gradient. Imagination inside. I think that looks good. Wait a sec. I don't like this color. I think this color needs to be different. Why is it not changing it now? Aren't you? Soft light. And then if we copied and then And I need. We need house milk night. We need. Where's the templates? This one. Okay, so instead, we highlight the label for this would start here. And then the name, I think being in white would be nice. Does this have a border? It's so heavy. Maybe Helvetis is not what we want. Ooh, wait, that was slick. Nobody met. Yeah. I like that. Oh, take 5-minute drive. Yeah, they usually do white text. Between the thighs. Oops. That. It seems so much thicker than it is. Interesting. Anywho, this is the old nameplate. This is the new one. I would like them to be on the same level so I can look at them. And the nameage. Why does this one become weird? Let's do the outer shadow. I want it to be slightly off-white. Let me change this. What's happening with this text? This looks fine. Let's turn this one off. And set this back to not 100%. Put it outer shadow. We're gonna offset it a bit. Maybe the border of this one should be this color. Oops. Yeah, I think that's more well-rounded. This would be the name. Call this graphic. Well, that really helps. And then if we did this and we did like a little black, white. Can't I edit it again? Just like before. What does an outline look like on this? Outside, not great. Okay, what if it's not an outline on here, but it's an outline here? Like before, and just say to me. About a lighter blue. How does that look? Interesting. Is it? That's because it's not on the outside, yeah. Mm-hmm. What if instead this had it? It wouldn't work because it has a color overlay on it. Got it. Solid color, fill style, contour. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize it could do that like that. Okay. And then inside would have it be like that. Oh, maybe it doesn't need an outline. Yeah, because I think we get more of the name here, which I like a lot. Yeah. Yeah. And then we're adding them in the captions. So they'll be able to know like the correct like capitalizations of stuff, I think. They'll be checking them out. I think I like that more. Let me bring back Dahlia's thing. Because it's not too late for this one. But I almost want to make this like bigger. Last one's interesting. This one. I have to go across like the whole bottom. Yeah, I think that's nicer because it like does more. Let me check this comparatively. Highlight. Be wrong from right, but I can't be. Yeah, because this one felt a bit amateur hour in my opinion, but then if we look at this one, that's a lot slicker in my opinion. Like, and you get more of the words, so it's kind of like, oof, you know, it's kind of like a bigger like, ooh, who is this person? And then V highlight, like, it's part of the series, but it's not as big. I think I like this a lot more. Part of me wants to make it a little bit taller. Like, I think I squished this actually. I just want to make this a little bit taller. Even the hip hats. Just bring this up a little bit more. Looks good to me. Thank you. I think it looks more professional. Like, because V highlight was supposed to be like, oh, it's news. Like, this is news that I'm bringing to you. News of the latest VTuber artists that are really cool, and I want to spotlight them. And I think this does a better job at showing off that it's like a little news thing comparatively than like it's still an homage to the original V Highlight, but it's a little different. Because V Highlight still has like its classic look from VTuber Varietal, but it's just updated for the TV. And then I'd like to try something that's also a little bit different. Which means I have to do a line here. Selection only. Means this will be the headliner. No, headliner. This will be headliner V2. Ow, 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 my brain. Okay. How's it hanging? It's hanging pretty good. How are you doing? Can you take it all away? Okay, now we gotta do Cryptid Cuddlers. Because I'm gonna edit Dahlia's to have it first, and then we're gonna put it on TT's. So let me just grab this. And then Cryptid Cuddler, and all we gotta do is just make sure that it stays good on that side. You pause. Fuck! I went to the bathroom. Sorry. How long ago since I've been to the bathroom? I'll just like subtract like 10 minutes. I'm good. I just read Tarot at a D&D game, and one of my players was calling me the old fortune teller, a con artist. So I've dipped out an IRL deck of many things and goaded them into pulling a card. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, so Cryptid Cuddler, and then this. This is me. Put this as old. Let's turn this off. How is that harsh? I think if that's harsh, hun, you gotta cover skin. No, it's crazy because like I've never been allowed to mess with a deck of many things before. I don't think in any of my games I really mess with a deck of many things. Like it's always like talked about, but it's never been a big thing for me. Isn't that the crazy version of Cool Story, bro? I guess, but I use it as kind of like a, what the fuck? What do you mean that happened? That's crazy. Tell me more. My Cool Story, bro, is, oh, okay. Take it all away. I'll play more Minecraft. Oh my god, anyway, fair play. Yippee! Need art. Need art. Yeah, for me, that's crazy is what you watching later. The Chef, the Actor, the Scoundrel. It's a movie based on 1940s China. It's based on real events. Great. I love it. They not have art of themselves. I want art of them. But they have it on Twitter. That's not. It's too nice. Let me just do that. So the Civil War, I guess so. It's about a specific instance of like how these people were kind of like trying to come. You did show me this. I think so. Probably because I like it so much. I probably have. But it's about trying to save themselves against biochemical warfare. Because like the army was using it, and now they're like trying to combat it. Keep getting that one mixed up. Which one are you getting it mixed up with? trying to find art because I know this person. Oh goodness, has art of their VTuber that they've made, but it's like I'm trying to find it and I can't. But damn, this person. Oh, I'm already following them. Cool. I was like, God damn, that's cool art, and then I realized I was already following them. Yippee. I would like to use. Oh my god, wait. Away from one thing. Just for one thing. One thing. Scrolling. God, I love their art. I should probably DM them. Honestly, if I DM them, it might be a lot easier, but you know what? Okay. I love their little talking PNGs. They're so cute. Oh no. God damn it, that was something I saw in that post that I want. Wait, no, it's not real, I think. Cool art, but a little blurry. It's because I don't want to break TOS. I can't break TOS, so if they had things that are spicy, I won't break TOS. Don't worry, I'm speed scrolling, so it's not like we're seeing a lot anyway. I just wanted to PNG other VTuber, but I don't know if they have one. They used to show like kind of like full bodies of their model, but I don't know if they do anymore. It could have been a while ago because I've been following Cryptid Cuddler for like a while, so I think I might be wrong. Hi devouring. Yeah. Oh yeah, this movie, the name keeps getting me think the Jackie Chan movie or something, but it's different. Yeah, I like this movie a lot. The movie. We're just gonna see what it looks like if I just use this art. This art, I don't know if this one will work. We want to use, but we don't know. They're so cute. I wonder if they have art here. Oh, my neck. I don't know if I can reference things on VGen, unfortunately. Oh, god dang, I love that. Lose my mind. Wish somebody would tell me. Is that Peachy Palm? That's Peachy Palm. Oh, it's gallery. I wanted to look at the gallery. No. I didn't know if they maybe had art of themselves here, which was possible. But doesn't look mega like it. I realized I should have probably DM'd them on the other app. Silly me. I don't think I can though. Yeah, I don't think I can. It's okay. I'm running and I'm crying. If you say the other app, I will assume OnlyFans. No, I'm in Blue Sky. Sorry, I'm talking about Blue Sky. I don't have an OnlyFans account yet. I could grab it from there. reference sheet that they made. I love TT stuff, bro. Actually, it might not be the worst. Like, I love TT's art. You guys have no idea how much I love TT stuff. Better quality? I'm running, I'm crying. This is not bad. I actually quite like this one. This one, the highlight. 28. And then we just need the nameplate. Section only, export. Nameplate. Save. Okay, and then we gotta write about that. The color, this one. Okay. Okay, that's not what I was expecting, but okay. When they described the song, I was not expecting to be like, when blogs ruled the internet, like how, I guess there was an era in which the, like specific years in which blog posting was more popular than any other form of media sharing, comparatively, I guess, to the news or TV shows, but just not what I expected in terms of a song. Cover, upload cover image. Oh, I should send Dahlia hers, so I can be like, hey, I'll let you know this is what I'll be posting. Let me edit. Let me try that new thing that I want to do for the title, the headline. The highlight. So let's bring this back up. We are replacing, yeah, right, yeah. So we're replacing this clip with v-highlight this guy. I'd like it to be a little bit bigger, and let me see the TikTok layout. Yeah, so I'd like it to be here, I think. Yeah, overlapping it, I think looks nice. Oh, like that. I want to move these down a little bit. And then add a track. This will be text. Oh, god damn it, I can type text plus. And this will say, damn Dahlia. I'll be in the Helvetis one. BCH white. And then we would move it up here. Oops. Right there, I think. Let me look at it again. Okay, so it like, How do I do that though? I have italics for this? Okay, so look at it on this screen and then take a screen color this one. Okay. Oops. And then shading, shadow, position. Okay. Dude, is there a Helvetis italicized? Helvetis font. Helvetis new? Helvetis new looks not great though. And in lowercase. So if I did so it's got uppercase, lowercase, and then a lowercase. I hate the lowercase though. But they don't have italicized, do they? Interesting. Da Vinci perspective warp text. Is that a possibility? Go to the Fusion tab, add a text node, add a warp node. What if I don't want to? Because I don't have a choice. Ooh, what if we did like a waviness? Phase speed 0. Like that. Like that. Yeah. And then it always starts where the V is, which is correct. And then... So now if I did it like this, it's not waving, right? Yeah, boy. Stop it. Why? That's because of this guy. This guy. And then this guy. Okay, so then if I did not that one text. I did a write on where it's 0. Oh, maybe make this 0 and then this one. Okay, so this needs to be 0 for a bit longer. And then let's do it to 100. But stop. Let's do one here and move it there. Okay, maybe not so slow. Oop. Mm. Mm. What if I gave this? I'm just curious. If I gave this transform this one and load, smooth up, slide in, out. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so what if this was 0? That's not terrible. Well, there's like flickering on the side of my screen and it's distracting my eyeballs. Okay, the only problem is the speed at which it leaves. So, there's an X. Scale length, crop left, crop bottom. No picture of this. Cocaine, Jesus, and a rat consider. Alright, so let's have this come in sooner and see what happens. Nope, not soon enough. It's maybe. What's the thing? This thing? Okay, so more like these two that I need to move. Oh, select. I'm moving it like here. Okay. Oh, too far. There. Nope. A little bit less. A little bit less. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay, we're back. Fucking A, dude. Ignore. I'll go back. Thank you, Rainer. Aw, special little baby. I just want to make sure that too much power for PC Kun. Yeah, PC Kun's shit in the bed right now. I just want to make sure that worked correctly. I'll close him. Maybe Affinity's also donking everything up. So let me close some things. I think that'll be good. Me again. I wouldn't know where to start with music playing. Okay, so I gotta put that to re-render. Labels, render. Change cover, upload cover. Oh, that's the wrong one. Ah. This one. Save. There you go. Okay. Template. Think so too. Flag me again. She loves like you. Starts me music. And track. Nowhere to start swing. I thought that was my PC, so what's opening a game? Imagine, that'd be so terrifying. Okay. I don't want to do it like that though. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I have to write stuff down. Okay, so 0.075. Nope. 0.075. Negative 4.5. 727. And this guy is 1. I would appreciate if my door didn't open like there's a ghost in my house. That'd be pretty cool. And then it's it is 0.09, and then shading, softness, offset, priority back. Is this what I changed? I actually don't know if this is what I changed. Where is this one? Nope. Where is it? It's a text thing. Okay, I'll just make it look nice in there, and then effects. Vertical 10.7, 32.5, and then 0. Okay. Love of my life, she's got glitter for skin, a radiant beam in the night. 0.75, 4.6. It's your deck. 0.75. Nope, 0.075. Okay, and then, oops. Okay, that's why I was being weird, because I was, and then negative 4.6. Living on the fast, diving nowhere fast, on through the summer. This nameplate. Move track up. User. For the love of my life, she's got gold on her face, my glorious, look at her eye. The love of my life, she's got glitter for skin. Don't need no light to see you. Negative 1.5. What was that one? Vital 0.09. What? What? How is this so big? Should we there? Oh, the ride on happens a little too soon. Ride on should start there. It stays for a while. No, I just edit this guy because he goes away a little too soon. This goes like this. Would have predicted it. Wait. Not bad. Oh, wait, I didn't look at that part. That's way too soon. It was actually like here? Yeah. Except I would like this as negative 1.5. Negative 15. Oh no, this needs to be here. Nice. And if I anchored it. Okay, if I anchored it, I need to move it. Okay. 1.5. 166. Oh, like there. Why would it be 1? Over with me. Left, right, anchor left, just right. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that then. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to do. Hello! Welcome, Blaster. I don't know how to say your name, so feel free to correct me, or if you have any term that you would like me to call you, let me know. Welcome on in. I'm just editing a template for my TikTok videos. Okay, why does it cut off? Okay, if that's the case, then can we do it like that? And if I did... No, it's not. Okay. Anchor left. Horizontal, vertical, line emphasis. Do it like that. Yeah. And then move it over a bit. Let me turn this off. I like it. I like it. I don't know why it's so rainy though. Maybe it's just because it's loading. Yeah, could just be because it's loading, it looks like. Save. So if I did anything else like username or blah blah blah, yeah, it should all be good. Okay. Save. I don't need these anymore. But I will use, this is me. Yeah. Video editing. Did that video ever get online? I did. Okay, cool. Pain, bruises and pain. This is the template of me just talking. In this one, I'm in bottom center. Bottom center, which is 0.73. And then 90, -514. And then I could do like I could create an adjustment clip. That I think it's in here. And then I'll just test this. And then add subtitle track. That back up there. Okay, that one's good. And track. Yeah, I think PG effects. Effects. There it is. I'm just going to use this as an example. And then just zoom it a lot. Okay. Me, this is the B-roll. And then this is the background. But I think that's all good. Okay. Very, very organized channel. We're doing a very good job of staying organized. Staying efficient. That's what we want, is we want to be efficient with TikTok videos. Video editing, Vibe and Shine number 15. Yeah, dog. Flow. Water. Stimming. Cat. Orange. Cute. Advanced. PG. Code. Discount. And we got exciting news for growth on our channel, along with cute cat stimming and overall positivity from our main boy, our main pal, Savar. And then we do at Savar stock and at TS Dwayne. Okay. Cool. Revive and Shine is done. Are these different? I think this is bugging me. Okay, hold on. Mm-hmm. Why is this like this? Made it main font. Still does that big thing, which is weird. Actually, what if we just do a new one? Note. Do 10. Main font. Boop. I'm very much confused on why these are different. Oh, idea. Mm. It does, okay. Okay. Let's make this like 20. I like it. It's better. Woo! I'm so glad that we fixed it, because that has been driving me nuts forever. I don't know what we're listening to. I don't know what we're listening to. Oops. God, I don't know how to scale this from the center. Okay, there we go. I just want to change these. Might change this to other ideas. No, ew, what? Look for emoji. Okay. Oh no. I was just wondering. You wouldn't understand. I don't like how like far away that is. What the heck? Hmm. Hmm. An ear bitten off and fashion show. So if I made this one not, oh, it doesn't affect these ones. Okay. Eldritch outfit. Easter bunny. Bitten ear. Fashion show. I'm gonna make this just a small. Oops. They're overlapping, so they don't want to align nicely. Okay, and then this one will be jingle redeem, extra daily redeem, first burrito, time lapse, a key. Oh wait, this video. You can't forget to write BLT's puberty. What do you mean? No, no, no BLT puberty. Go pee again. I'm upset. Rig BLT's. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm afraid. Oh, this is like others. Let's go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I gotta pee. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I like chugged apparently my caffeine for today. So I have like a cup of tea on Mondays, kind of help kickstart my brain, and I fucking made me need a pee real bad. And a pee real bad. Oh, I still have to do these. Circle. Oh, man, Minecraft. Oh, I still have to work on this too. This one is actually gonna be in like Monsterette font because this is like more business. Business. Do I not have Monsterette on my computer anymore? I don't. League Spartan will be fine for now for that then. And that works. Actually, I'll just leave this one. I don't really mind. Okay, we did this. We still need to do zooted puzzles. Date with Elaine will happen this Saturday, which is the 12th. We'll go on a date on the 12th. Squid painting stream will probably happen next week. And I need to start working on the Chica Wood, not Chica Wood, the Jake the Dog model. Alright. Got a lot smaller since I did it like this. Kind of meat gang. I have a mini painting competition this Saturday. That's okay. That's okay, Devouring. I'll make sure that whatever I do, whenever I do the mini painting stream will be a day that you're free. So you don't have to miss out on that. Because me going on a date with Chad is whatever. We're going to the aquarium, so. Okay. It won't be as hectic as Arby's. Maybe. Talk to me in Spanish. Talk to me in your made up language. And if I understand it. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yes, good luck. Two clips. This one shows off their Sorry, who is that mother? This is TT, Cryptid Cuddler. She's like one of my favorite VTubers. I don't watch her often, but I love her design so much. I think in an alternate world, I would have a design like hers. Because she's amazing. She has a newer look now. She's actually live right now. She has a newer look where she's like more of like a park ranger, which I like a lot. Thanks. It's an iron painter, so I have 8 hours to paint a mini. I'm gonna be sore by the time it's done. I believe in you. Yeah, this is their new look, which I really like. They're like a park ranger. And they love cryptids. And I love cryptids, and I love them. This person is definitely like one of my like top of the top personally. I love uniforms, me too. This one. This one. I loved all the outfits. All the outfits they've ever made are just so cool. All the models. And like their aesthetic is just so, I love it so much. It's so well put together. Like their thing is CCTV, which is Cryptid Color TV, and I love their stuff so much. So great. I love it. Like, they do their own rigging, which is cool. They're so cool. I have a few art streams which I can grab. I don't think they know who I am, let alone know of my general presence, but I love them and their aesthetic so much. Like, I don't know if they have it on their Twitter. They might. CCTV files. Oh, dude, that's so fucking sick! What the fuck do you mean? That's so cool. Fuck! I love them so much. This was their last outfit that they had. Like the one before, the Park Ranger one that I really like. They're so cool! And the eyes over the bang, the bangs over the eyes. Oh, they're so cool. I love them so much. I'm dying. Like, do they have, I'm like wondering if they have the reference for the one before. This is one of their original ones. Do you have any favorite cryptids? The one that the pig one. The squonk? Squonk? A cryptid, a mythical creature that like is so it dies because he's so sad because he's so ugly. This one. Otherwise, probably typical the Wendigo. Stink pig, yeah, the stink pig. The stink pig. But otherwise a Wendigo because I guess Boffy described it as like the mainstreamed version, but I love this like decaying deer. It's so scary to me, but I love it so much. And like I understand maybe the more mainstream version is just the deer skull one, but I still like it a lot. Can we have a stream day where we just learn about cryptids? I know surface level about a lot of cryptids, but I don't know, like, I wouldn't be able to say, like, oh, I know that they're from this region and so on and so forth. And I think that could be, like, a really cool thing where, like, I'm learning about cryptids because I love eldritch horror beings, folklore, and cryptids. And I think it might be a good thing to learn for, Crooked Moon. Because Crooked Moon is all about that kind of stuff. I have to start reading that shit. I keep forgetting I need to read that stuff. Surprise. That's okay. We do like top 30. I have some old ones now, but I'd like some new ones. Link a new tab. Open link a new tab. Oh, they played schedule 1. That's fun. Download. I want to play Minecraft. But we're playing South of Midnight tomorrow. I'm following over 100 YouTubers by the end of the year. I blame you. You're welcome. I'm only blessing your timeline with more amazing people. There's plenty. Okay. Do they have, like, in their about, do they have a fun little thing? Spooky Jackalope VTuber who runs a national park. This national park is the host this jackalope VTuber protects not only their national park but the cryptids that lay within it as well. TT also known on their socials as Cryptid Cuddler. Cuddler. Hold on, I just need to delete a row because it's not necessary anymore. Actually, I want to change that. I'm trying to, okay, so I really want to be better engaging in the beginning, and I can either do a tagline or, hold on, let me look at Nikki's thing. Nikki's TikTok scripting guide, which is in white and black, and it hurts my eyeballs. Follow these 4 steps are when scripting and editing your short form content. If content didn't do well, reevaluate whether or not you did these 4 steps correctly. Give a viewer information or educational content within every sentence in the script. Trim the fat. 30 to 40 seconds maximum. Cut anything that's not critical to the plot related to the opening conflict. See tip 3. Value every second. Okay, we're just gonna. Oh, okay. No, we have value every second. Remove rambling and side story. Watch time completion is king. Cut all the fluff. No filler words. Leave no opportunity to scroll. Cut, fill all silence, breaths, filler words. Make sure something is always happening visually and audibly. Audio, gasps, SFX, ASMR, noises, etc. The viral hook trifecta. You must use all these 3 in your hook, and all 3 are ideally different. The purpose of the hook is to give a little context, but leave a lot out to spark curiosity. Verbal hook. You don't have dark mode for Google Docs? I do. It's not on. I just forgot. Zoom. Okay. Verbal hook. Say something crazy, controversial, relatable, or otherwise engaging. I hate controversy. I'm not that person. And it's a good engagement bait thing, but I'm not. I don't think I'll ever do things like that unless like I'm not taking myself seriously. Visual hooks. Show something crazy on screen. Bonus engaging sound effects and noise. Text hook. Use TikTok's built-in text descript. I haven't been doing that. I've been super lazy. I've been super lazy at doing the text hooks because I don't really like it. It ruins the aesthetic in my opinion. And for those of you who are wondering what text hooks are, sometimes you'll see like these like little like these like thumbnail things, and it's like this one says the coolest, and I gotta zoom in. This one says like the coolest streamer is a the coolest streamer is a yapper. I'm lazy. I think they help the algorithm help you, but like I don't think on the successful videos that I've had, I haven't used them. Like the more successful videos that I've had as of late. So I just think that I just have to do the best I can in tagging and captions, in my opinion. So I think I'll stick with that. So real quick, say something crazy controversial. Okay. This is why. I'm just gonna make a duplicate of this. Hold on. Make a copy. My edition. I don't like the colors. Format. Is it in here? Page setup? Page color. This color, okay. And then fuck Arial. Conferta. No. I think it was Veranda. That's no, I don't like that one either. Let's use, what about Nanuito? I like Nanuito. This one. Yeah, that one's fine. 50. I think hooks are great to get people's attention, but aesthetic and general vibe help keep it, and watch time influences the algorithm the most. Yeah, if I'm honest, I bet if we look at my statistics, people aren't watching the videos all the way through. Yeah, they're like, they'll watch the intro and then immediately leave. So Elaine, I think Elaine has gone into the groove of what content I want to do, but now I think it's time to optimize. It's time for Elaine to optimize her videos. So like this one, they dropped here. It's because I had a pause. It's literally because I had a pause in my sentence. Like, the line was fucking, Ever wondered what happens after completing a dungeon? How it starts? And that's space. That space I had before, how it's restarted. That was enough for people to click off and scroll away. So I just need to be more careful about how I'm. Oh, fuck. I just need to be more careful about how fast I read things and how much space I'm giving in between commas and sentences, which technically should be none with this kind of thing. Text hook, we don't do text hooks personally. Start with conflict or controversy, also known as rage baiting. I will do meme things. Like I had a video on TikTok about Halloween candy, and I put the best one as Milk Duds because I do like Milk Duds, but I knew it would make people upset because it's not the best candy for Halloween. But I don't like rage baiting a lot. Rage baiting, we get so much of it on social media, and I understand, like, if I were to do like this step, I'd get so many views so much faster, but it's not, I don't like it. I don't personally like it, and I'd rather grow slower because I refuse to rage bait, almost. I'd rather me, myself, and I be rage inducing to you guys than anything else. What does it for you? Talk about a product or person experience does for you and not what it is. That's valid. I think that would be good for like an advanced GG one. Video scripting checklist, break down the sentences individually. Do they all relate to conflict and style? Listen to your voiceover. Do you remove all pauses and ums? Tip 2, what is your verbal hook? What elements are you using? Visual audio. What is your text hook description? Do all of these above differ? What is the original conflict, problem, mistakes? What ways does the script help the rage baiting? I'm going to ignore that one. Are you describing person, product, or giving a tip? If so, how do you convince a viewer it improves their lives? Are you avoiding simply telling people what something does? Are you, okay, example video scripting. Yeah, and then this one was an example that Nikki gave me for his stuff. I don't like how this is formatted. Bothered me the way that this is formatted, so I'm just gonna fix it really quick. I don't have time to fix this right now, actually, so I'm gonna edit that later. Okay. Then I think I have an idea of improving this one. But I did ever wondered who knew a park ranger protecting nature and cryptids would be so fun to watch. Yeah, who knew a park ranger protecting nature and cryptids could be so fun to watch? TT, also known as Cryptic Color on their socials, will have you entertained for hours on end, whether they are gaming with their friends or simply creating beautiful art. TT has been they were a big inspiration to me. They've been a giant, they've been a sparkling inspiration to me, and being a YouTuber that's true to myself, and honestly their cohesive aesthetic on their stream and socials always has me striving to improve. And then what was actually, I want one more thing. I want to look at Nikki's scripting guide really quick. I gotta save the other one. Where's mine? This one, bookmark. Choose another folder. Save. Delete. Okay. Oh, right. Their friends or creating beautiful art. Or okay, or yapping. Oh, creating beautiful art. They've been a sparkling inspiration to me being a VTuber. They've been a sparkling inspiration to me in being a VTuber that is true to myself, and honestly, their cohesive aesthetic on stream and socials always has me striving to improve. Don't forget to tune into your local CCTV to watch the ever fun loving PT. Like, who knew a park ranger could he also knows the short recorder will have you entertained for hours. Don't forget to watch your ever fun loving. Fun loving Jackalope. Okay, Jackalope VTuber TT. I think that's okay. And then we can do cryptids. We should have it be more broad if we can. Games, Twitch clips, Jackalope, artist, park ranger, then this park ranger has me drooling. I mean, from their gorgeous art to simply the wonderful person. Cryptid. Okay, I think that'll work. That'll work okay, I think. I don't know why that's empty, because it's not. Boop, boop. I didn't highlight things. I think I might do art tips last. Just because I can. Okay, next is Vettel. Vettel. Can't say their name. Femboy and I'm graduating. Vettel is an independent British VTuber widely known as the creator of AI VTubers. Oh, they're the one that created Neurosama and Evil Neuro. Interesting. In March 2023, and appearing on scenes with Neuro in the form of a green turtle, he shares a channel with Neurosama, Evil Neuro, and often sits on their heads while coding and presenting updated code. That's actually really cool. I actually didn't know they were the one that created it, but that makes a lot more sense. Let me grab their Twitter. Does it on the post here a lot? I feel like my Twitter's broken. Because I can't scroll down further than like a handful of things. Maybe I can just grab this. Video editing, Hall of V fame. F2 19 Vettel. The web P gross, Boppy, god damn it. Okay, that's done. Let me just cross that off of here. Fourth. Insert image incel. Browse. Do it this way because I don't want to fuck with that one. Why the wacky? Why the wacky? Why wackus bonkus? Is it because you're a wackus bonkus? That did good. So let's go to switch accounts. Let's go to this account. And then we need to do a new thing where it says 4_April. Hi, Ghosty. Wow, no need for slurs. What?
The water's boiling.
I hope you're having a wonderful day, Ghosty. Let's see. Content. Hi. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Gotta edit the edit the dates to be for Saturday at 300. Save. Let's edit this one. Not that. Edit dates. This will be next Tuesday. Edit label. Edit dates. Edit dates. This will be next Wednesday. Oh wait, no, this was next Thursday. Edit dates. What we watch? And does no one check the Discord anymore? Does no one check the Discord anymore? I would go out of my way to make sure that everybody knows what we're playing, what we're watching every single day on Mondays. I even at you guys, and you guys don't want to read the Discord. Don't want to read the Discord. Whatever. We're watching The Chef, the Actor, the Scoundrel. It's a 1940s historical, well, based on real life events movie about China and biochemical warfare, and it's not in English, or you're gonna have to read the subtitles. The fuck? Oh, that's because I thought I was gonna be doing a Saturday stream, but I didn't. People are lazy and don't select roles or alerts. That's why people be coming in late. That's why people be coming in late to movie night and being like, oh, there's a movie? It's like, yeah. Yeah, dude. Dude, I added you. I added the role. I'll talk over the movie and I'll cry. Cry. No decency. No decency. I go out of my way on Monday evenings to watch movies, and nobody wants to read shit. That's okay. Because what do I expect from people on the internet? Nothing. People don't read. Reading is for losers, apparently. No more decent people. No more respect. Well, there are plenty of decent people. Just no more respect. No more respect. No one wants to work these days. Everybody wants to work. There's just no more jobs. Everybody want to work, but no more jobs. Everybody wants to have job. Everybody poor. Everybody want job. Everybody poor. We're all just lazy. Okay, calm down there, Grandpa. Calm down, Grandpa. It's okay. It's okay, Grandpa. People want to work. No one has money for it. Okay, Grandpa. It's alright, Grandpa. I know, it can be infuriating. But it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Back in my day, back in your day, people died from the common cold. Dion God, what are you doing? Not speak. Actually, I should get pictures of Neuro, because that would also make sense, to be fair. Because they're also going to be talked about this in a very similar light. No, no PNGs. No, son of a bitch. But oh wait, hell yeah, this works. Back in our day, people couldn't work at night because the dinosaurs kept eating the street lights. God damn, that must have gotten expensive. I only watched Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. It's been on our list. Well, watch it. That's okay. Movie night's not for everybody. Last Week, The Gentleman was really good, though. 10 out of 10 movie. Really liked The Gentleman. I feel like I have to make him bigger. Save. Okay. Less than an hour now. I know, it's ticking down. Today's the final day. To be fair, your movie nights are great, just not my vibe. I think we can all agree on that. I don't think we can all agree on that. And if it's not your vibe, I don't think everyone is like, oh, that's also not my vibe. It's just for the community. Because I wanna build a strong community. And if you don't want to be part of the community, that's okay. You don't gotta spend your free time with me. It's optional. Movie night is past my bedtime. That's understandable. It is late for EST people. I might do a vote though, because I wouldn't mind doing like maybe movie nights to movie afternoons on Saturday. And that's the only create. Capacity. Oh, look at the little lovers in chat. So cute. Such a, that turtle. Is I would say the creator of the AI VTuber known as Neurosama and Evil Neuro. Overwhelmed. And as Neurosama and Evil Neuro. They often stream together with their AI companion. Getting 221. That turtle is the creator of the AI VTuber known as Neurosama and Evil Neuro. That's right. That cute little Elaine, I feel so called out. How could you? How could I what? How could I what? Am I talking about how I called you guys lovers? You guys are literally flirting in my chat. I just call it as I see it. I don't know what you want from me. That's right, that cute little turtle sitting with his little nubs. Codes on stream. Let me read this again. Began appearing on the stream. Coding or presenting updates to their code. Vettel can be indecisive sometimes, but is especially apparent when he creates schedules, sometimes when he struggles to make his neurosoma what to do. That makes sense. Call themselves out, yeah. I adore it. I adore it, and I do it as well. When people are like, I'm being so sneaky, and everyone's like, How much do you want to be ghosty? Is none? Because you guys are flirting like all the time. That's right, this cute little turtle with their little nubs. This is the code behind. They often stream silly shenanigans and the code. Damn, my one weakness, typing. Yeah, okay, bud. I'm sure it's not because you're distracted by a little ghosty in chat. They often stream silly shenanigans with their AI companion, as well as showing off the updates and what was it they call it? Well, coding, showing updates and progress. Make Neuro even more aware. The turtle that is that turtle is the creator of the AI VTuber known as Neurosama and Evil Neuro. They often stream silly shenanigans, and with their AI that turtle is the creator of the AI VTuber known as Neurosama and Evil Neuro. They often stream silly shenanigans with their AI companions, as well as showing off the updates and progress they've made to make Neuro even more aware of her surroundings. Shenanigans with AI companions. So like Turtle, AI VTuber, Neurosama, I feel like would probably be one. Coding, probably not bad. He feels that despite this, he has an individual destiny that shows in his work. His creation of Neuro is highly unique, and he refused to hire a manager. Perhaps owning to his true nature, he seems unaffected by the teasing of Neurosama and his chat. His unaffected demeanor was especially apparent during some session, for example, when he realized he accidentally bought 1 million plushies, and when he however, he's not always so composed. He is shy for asking for attracted by something very sly.
Huh?
He's saying, Ghosty, Wacky is distracted by you, his little ghosty gal pal. His little ghosty pal. Wink. Oh, wink. That is not to say he is cold or unconcerned, though he did show signs of panicking when... I don't really think that that's important. Daughters, he claimed Nero's his favorite overall, but for his evil when it comes to singing. Okay. Hope you're doing well, coming in half, lurking, standing, some kind of 3D prints. I hope you're having fun, and be sure to wear a mask so you're not inhaling the plastic. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We're gonna have to get fun facts. According to himself, his name is from Petal, Metal, or however, Vettel. Okay. He's on any Trojan. Oh, I like that one. Oh, that's funny. Okay. They often stream silly shenanigans with their companion, as well as showing off the updates and progress they've made to make Neuro even more aware of her surroundings. A sword from One Piece. I don't remember who bought but my friend commissioned it. That's hella cool. Will you be painting it? Let me look at their Twitch. Ye painting but glazed, all that jazz. Ooh. Riddle often takes their favorite little spot on people's head. I'm getting this done ASAP because another friend commissioned me some love. Oh my god, what do you mean? What do you mean loving these based probs? What do you mean they couldn't just buy sex toys? What? That's all I know about the game, is that it's very schmaxy. That'll often takes their favorite little spot on people's heads. Wow. Oh, now the main character's pistols. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Could be sex toys depending on the person. Look at their clips. I feel like clips would help. Stick 30 minutes of your skibbities. That's great. That'll often streams with their kiddos, but sometimes lets them take the reins as they collab other VTubers, opening their to the vast world they've only just begun learning about. So whether it's the in-depth coding you enjoy or simply just the inner mechanisms of so whether it's in-depth coding you enjoy or simply the inner mechanisms of robotic neurology. Is neurology even a word? Neurology Greek, the branch of medicine dealing with neuron. So whether it's the in-depth coding you enjoy or some of the interactions of a robotic neuron. So whether it's the in-depth coding you enjoy or something the inner mechanisms of a robotic neuron. The constant evolution over at Bettel 987 never stops. I think that's pretty good. I didn't realize Bettel was the creator of Neuro before doing my research for this video. It's been so much fun. So who's gonna drop 100 subs to extend the timer? I sure as shit not going to be my bank account. Probably no one. Probably no one because everybody's working. You know, they're saying, you know, we can't see here at the Milk Club, we don't just gorge ourselves on spending thousands of dollars for one event. We gotta we spend a little bit for one event and then we save up for the next event. Might be late for the movie. I have to stop by the airport beforehand. No problem. If you want to let me know, like in DMs, how late you'll be, I can stall. I don't mind stalling. We've had to stall for Pixels and other people before, so. I didn't realize the video was going to be doing so much fun. Like more in depth about YouTuber. All of these things. Okay, Vettel's is done, but now I just gotta grab like breaks free, gains sentience. Just a comfortable life. Ooh, I don't want that one. Do another coding one. Page for the last few minutes of the timer. Stop, Pixels. No. No. No more laundering money through Bezos. I want them to be like closer together. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I kind of want their introductory one and then do this one and then let's grab the introductory one from this thingy. I'd like to see what this is about. Thank you for the wellness check. I think I'll download this one because this one's not bad. This is kind of like an interesting, like putting in the bang, I'm a VTuber. Bet you weren't expecting that, and then cutting into it'd be a shorter introductory, but I think. Okay, it got updated. Didn't realize that. No, I did change the location to Hall of Fame, Vettel. This one, start function. Save. Oh my god, there's so many things on my screen. Okie dokie. I think I got all the clips I need. Okay. Does Vettel have art? I feel like Vettel has to have art. Vettel. What does the do a flip tag refer to? I used to I can do a flip for chat. But I used to do a flip in my squishy model, and Andrea, my best friend, one of my best friends, would be like, "Do a flip." Whenever I was confused, like, "Hey, what do I do, guys?" They'd be like, "Do a flip." So yeah. I like that's the one you question and not the slightly above average, but I think that one may speak for itself, so no valid. Okay, what about the balls tag? I got big balls. That's also self-explanatory, obviously. Obviously, it's self-explanatory that it's because I have big-ass balls. No other reason. Vettel's is done. I just have to do art tips now. So I'm gonna look up dynamic posing in art. I don't really want to use Adobe's one. Ah, there's a Clip Studio Paint one. Some of my drawings here are horror-related, but nothing too graphic. Define balls a solid or hollow sphere or roughly spherical mass. And what about the balls tag? But yeah. Big balls. Being a self-taught big balls in Spanish is pelotas grandes fun fact. Oh, that is a fun fact. How do you say, yeah, how do you say itty bitty balls? Like it. One issue I see people having the consistency is key. I'm sure there's an actual term for consistency keys. Is one that I'm calling out now. It's finding out the specific parts of your character that make them instantly recognizable. You see all the time the most iconic characters, but for copyright reasons, I won't be showing them. So here are my own characters instead. Ah, I like it, but this is those. I'm making that a tag. Chiquitos. Wait, how do I spell that? Chiquitos bolitos. You can have only up to 10 tags? Which one do I remove? I don't know. I wanted to keep Chiquitos bolitos. I'm putting that in my Elaine's brain because I like that word. I'm putting it in Elaine's brain. Balls, remove balls. Can I reorganize them? I can't reorganize them. Okay. Keys. I just learn how to practice. Chiquitos Bolitos probably more accurate, to be honest. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. I can fix it. This is a lot more than I was expecting to read on, to be honest. I'm gonna put at the very end. If you'd like to read out this article, check out Dynamic Poses by BioBio on Clip Studio Tips. If you'd like to read a more in-depth break down on dynamic posing. Why are you shooting? Why are you shooting? Dynamic posing. Check out bios article. This is Clip Studio. Clip Studio Tips website. Clip Studio Tips. If you'd like to read more in-depth, if you'd like to read a more in-depth breakdown on dynamic posing, check out BioBio's article. Check out dynamic poses by Bio on the Clip Studio Tips website. Now that's character development. Listen. For a guy of my size, obviously my balls, any bigger than balls you'd expect are big balls if you think about it. But compared to an average guy's balls, maybe they are a little small. Okay, maybe they are a little on the smaller end. Okay, characters. Okay, I kind of just want to focus. Like, let's say someone already knows how to do posing. Okay, I guess, hold on. Let me read what this says. Anyway, peace, dude. Me and my prodigious balls are leaving. Have a good time with your balls. Don't forget to fondle them every now and again. Switch your perspective. Draw from life. Follow a line of action. Dynamic posing. Hard when it comes to posing characters or people often can lead to I don't know. Your art look more rigid. Look as rigid as that T-pose guy from Gmod. T-pose Gmod. GIF. Future Week was planning. I want to talk about the gravity and line of action. The line of action is a conceptual tool often used by cartoonists and illustrators to help make figures move more consistent or dramatic. Hold on. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble! Oh, this is the website I think I used when I was in school for finding poses. One action has a motion sequence. Visualize the entire motion in a sequence of line. Each key pose has its own line of action. Okay, this one's fine. I won't get in trouble. Okay. Well, here are some surface level tips that you could try when drawing your next anime doll. How to draw anime. This one, I want this one. This one else that you could try in instant drawing. Think about where the body and the head is drawn. If your character's moving to the left, consider where they end up in the flip motion. I really liked this example. As I said earlier, lines of action define the overall character's motion in time and space. Okay. Starting with your reference, try to visualize the line. Visualize a line from the head to the toe of where movement is happening. Look up action pose. Actually, I really like this one. Here, the line of action's happening like this. Copy image. Okay. Maybe we can get one that's a bit bigger. Export hard tips 27 ref. And then I just want a line. New stabilizer. Actually, what did this one use as an example, right? And poses. Oh, it doesn't say. Okay. Then let's look at this one. They go from the head to one of the feet. First, my brain stopped giving me the idea to let me finish my first whip. What a mood. Okay. With your reference, try to visualize a line from the head to toe of where the movement is happening. It's like, I think if it's like... I'm actually curious if like... This line of actions happen where, I believe the head starts. not really where like an arm is. I'm pretty sure it's where the head starts and stops. This, go to history. I want to look at the Clip Studio Paint line as well. Contrast, storyline, line of weight, line of action. There you go. Here's a fun part. Line of action, we all know. We've heard of it time and time again. Make the image, but what does it make opposed to go whoosh? What part of it to stay still? Contrasting, shifting body parts. Yeah, actually, we could break it up. Try to visualize a line or multiple of the overarching motions that are happening in the pose. So, like, I would say we could bring this one back. And then let's go to blue. And then, like, we add this one and this one. So yeah, try to visualize a line or multiple of the overarching motions that are happening in the pose. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line or multiple lines of the overarching motion that is happening in the pose. Here you can see the red line sort of follows the main spine flow of this action pose. Then the blue lines show off how the other limbs contrast. Let me see, what else do they say about it? Bodies have weight, interesting enough contrast. It's always finding out. Find them. Afterwards, you got a little more relaxed poses down. Contrast is giving the feeling. And show how the other limbs contrast to the main flow to give the pose an equal balance of. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line or multiple of the overarching motions that are happening in the pose. You can see the red line sort of follows the main spine. The main line follows. Here you can see the red line follows the main spine flow of this action pose. Spine flow. Then the blue lines show how the other limbs contrast to the main flow to give them more contrast, giving the piece not only weight but balance as well. The overall movement arc. I am doing a major increase of production and schedule and having to have employees do most of the work, and it is a lot of work. That makes sense. Preparation is a lot of work. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line or have you hired one of each type of person right now in your thing? Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line or multiple of the overall motions that are happening in the pose. Here you can see the red line follows the main spine. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line or multiple of the overarching motions that are happening in the pose. Here you can see the red line follows the main spine. Then the blue lines show how the other limbs contrast, giving the piece not only weight but balance as well. but balance as well to the overall movement arc. Boost anatomy, I need a DM for nerdy input. You can just DM him and he'll probably message you when he wakes up. I had one of each 3 to get some more information on what they can handle, then fired some of them. Did you see that they had an update though? They have like new lights and stuff. They have new lights and the pawn shop, and you can get signs and Chateau La Pipi, and you can get accessories. I just thought those were cool. Or look as rigid as the T-post. Well, here's a surface level tip. Here is a surface level tip that you could try on your next anime girl. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line of the overarching motions that's happening in the pose. Here you can see the red line follows the main spine. Then the blue lines show how the other limbs contrast, giving the piece not only weight but balance as well to the overall movement arc. From here you can plan out the general anatomy. Of your character, of your anatomy of your drawing, and the rest of the ride yours to control. If you'd like to read a more in-depth breakdown on dynamic posing, so this one is more of a line of action. Your art look as rigid as T-pose as well as a service level starting, because like there was others that this one I think did really well. Oh, not this one. Line of action, gravity, the forces of nature. Start with legs. Practice makes perfect. Understand anatomy. Tilts and twists. Keep it short. Does your art look as rigid as that T-pose guy from Gmod? Well, here's a service level tip that could help you, that you could try when you're drawing your next anime girl. I'm like an ooh sound effect there. Or like I could do the book, an ooh sound, and then did you see that guy that production company trying to the drug dealer simulator? Yeah. I saw that one. But like it's not gonna go great. It's very silly to try to copyright strike it. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line of overarching motions that's happening in the pose. Here, you can see the red line follows the main spine. Then, the blue lines show how the other limbs contrast, giving the piece not only weight, but balance as well to the overall movement arc. From here, you can plan out general anatomy of your drawing, and the rest of the ride is all yours to control. If you'd like a more in-depth breakdown on line of action, I would direct them to this one. Because this one has like more in it just than line of action. I think like this also has like consistency keys, which this one would be a really good thing to draw. I talk about as well. Might change this one to consistency keys, and then the breakdown on the concept of line of action. Check out Christina's this. I want this. Why didn't it copy? I inspected it. If you'd like to check a more in-depth breakdown on the concept of line of if you like more in-depth breakdown on this concept on this concept, check out Line of action principle. How to improve a character's posture by Christina Zoika. By is that the one I want? Let's try this one. Oh Lord. Oh my god, this is like an actual like full on science thing. I don't want it. Oh yeah, this one, whether it's a line from an imagination, first mark is made. Yeah, okay. Did I save the next one? Of action 2. Okay, check out just your basics line of action from the line of action website. Check out just your line of action on the line of action website, which has plenty of references and forms. I'm gonna break down on consistency keys. Check out the name of physical on. Okay. And then I'd do this one, yeah. Yeah, this one's short and sweet. I quite like this one. Oh. I'm interested in that Just Sketch Me thing. I accidentally made this so fucking slow. Alright, that's be fine. What is this? Oh, I like it. Interesting. I'm gonna have to bookmark this. Oof. I need to tie my hair. I think it's only gonna make Serial 1 more popular. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not that it already isn't, you know. But people having to pick sides obviously will make something more popular in my opinion. Okay. So does your art look is a guy from Gmod? Well, here's the surface level tip that you could try when drawing your next anime girl. And we'll do the yeah, I think I'll just flash. Anime learning. Whoa. Guys, we have 11 minutes left. Bro, we're getting down. We're getting down to it. I think that's minutes. I think. Starting with your reference, try to visualize a line of overarching motions that happen, like maybe like action GIF. Motion GIF. we going to do a last 5 minutes countdown watch? No. It'd be like me watching paint dry. I feel like it'd be the longest 5 minutes of my life. Starting with your reference, try to visualize the line of the overarching motions that's happening. Last 1 minute then? Fine. Fine. We'll do the last minute. Starting with your reference, try to visualize the overarching motions that happen. Here you can see the red line follows the main spine. Then the blue line shows the flow gift. I feel like SpongeBob probably has a gift that I'm looking for, you know? Oh. Part. So the ride is all yours to control. If you'd like to read more about an end of breakdown, okay, so now I just want to record myself doing like a general sketch, I think, of like how I would do the posing. Okay. Where'd my pen go? No, I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's do one. Can we do? There's the head and then the shoulders. And here's the other shoulder. And then here's the hips. And then we have the foot. We like that. No, like that. I don't know about that. Then we can do like the hips. Then we can do like the chest. We can do the knees. Maybe like the and we can do like the thumb or like the hands and stuff like that, and then like the overarching body lines. Yeah, it's pretty good. Wish everything stacked to 20 in this game and not stuff stacks to 10 and others are 20. That's valid. There are mods for that game which make it stack to 100 technically. Screen recording. Mod T-pose. Anime. Line of action. motion, movement, anatomy, concept, gesture. I didn't put this in there. Perspective, line, architecture, horizon line, black, Raphael, technique. Okay, and then we're just gonna go. I didn't use this. I think we could use this in this. Line of action. I want to change one wording in here. Starting with the posing and gender movement. Visualizing the line of action can also help you understand, wash, and stretch. There you go. Originally, this video was going to be about dynamic posing. Build. Could break it down a step further and talk about the technique known as line of action. It's talked a lot in art schools as well. Share too. Okay, I think that's good. I didn't do roll for fun yet. Oops. There's gonna be at schedule 1. We're taking this to what did I do if I like these up? This is supposed to be Tuesday. Date 16 save. Edit date 15 save. 17 and then the 18th. Change cover, upload. Video editing, this one. I remind myself to render Dahlia video. Save. Okay. You actually, let me just look up schedule 1. I like this. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. All right, all right. One. All right. All right, all right, all right. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. What? It's happening. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's ending. Look at that. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Oh, the end of our subathon. We're doing it. We did it. We did it. It's happening. I'm gonna eat it. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We did it. Okay, now it says negative. It doesn't say we did it. That's kind of poo-poo. We did it. We did it, chat. Why is it not pausing? Why is it still saying negative? Anywho. We did it! We did it! It continues in heck no. You now have 30 seconds worth of subs. You now owe No, I don't! No, I don't. No, nobody owes any subs. Honestly, I forget. I forgot to turn off the timer at times, so like, close enough. We did it! We did it! The subathon is over! Elaine may continue her sleepy times on the weekends. Except for Saturday. This Saturday, we gotta go on a date, so. Yeah. But I hope you guys, thank you guys for donating to the subathon. I'm pretty sure Rainer still had the most. Do it again? What do you mean, do it again? What do you mean, do it again? I can't, it's too late. It's gone. It's gone. Everybody's gonna have to save their money for the my debut. My debut. We'll do another one when I redo I didn't see it. No, it's too late. Silly goofy goober. Oh yeah, Rainer crushed it. Okay, I'll DM. Yeah. We have the big debut when this model is finished because it's not. We got a lot of toggles and expressions that aren't here yet. So we'll save up for that. Save up for that. If I can earn like $200, guys, we'll have an extra expression. It'll be really cool. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for subathon over. First like official uncapped subathon, because I think I did another subathon when I first debuted version 1 of Elaine. So now you guys can save your pennies. Now you guys can save your pennies. Motivational Monday. And now I can make my stream title shorter. I actually don't know what I'm even gonna name it. The VOD? I don't really know. Oh, I gotta turn off the thingies in here too. Next debut stream. The whole year? Imagine, that'd be insane. But this means I can keep some of our stream goals for debut, which will happen someday. I probably should ask BZ for a timeline that they think would be good, because I don't have one. And I think it's probably smart if I have one in general. Like a timeline, like a very loose timeline. Feels bad we didn't get the horror game. It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The only way I think I'm gonna play Alien Isolation. I think the only way I'm gonna play Alien Isolation is if we hit like a stream goal, because this game looks so fucking scary. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll have it for a sub goal for next time. That'd be super cool. I can, we can just save these sub goals for next time. We'll even that game is a lot of fun. I'm so scared of it. I'm so scared of it. So now this will be, hold on, save as Elaine re-debut. Why does it seem like you're always looking at to the side? Your mouth doesn't move when you look to the side. It's because I'm leaning back in my chair. I'm not facing forward. And also sometimes my tracking likes to veer to the left. I don't know why it does that. It's like a joystick. It's like a joystick thing where it like controller drift. That, yeah. Alien is more frustrating than scary to me. It'll probably that's spooky. Rainer, do you have any got stick drift? Yeah, I got stick drift. If you have any horror games that you recommend, let me know. Guys, October will happen eventually, you know? Maybe some that have good story and then some that are just spooky, so that way I could have them as stream goals. Because honestly, I don't think I'm ever gonna play Alien. I'm so afraid of Alien Isolation, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm so afraid of it. There we go. And then Elaine re-debut stream. Yep, yippee. It's a hella spooky game, very jump scary. I'm so bad at jump scares though. I cry. Center. Yippee. Yippee. And now we have extra sub goals, which I'll probably make less. I need a also Rainer, if you want in DMs, if there are any since you're here, if there are any commission types that you would like to have, let me know and I'll make it for you. Subathon. Yeah, we'll remove this. I'll probably think of a new Peepo thing when the time comes. Like, instead of everybody that gifts will get Peepo sit, I'll probably think of something else in the meantime. I'll probably do... I'm like, am I gonna do a subathon or like a donathon? I think I'll probably just do another subathon. Probably. The subathons are fun. I think. I don't really know. I don't really know what I'm doing. I was gonna ask about that, but going to sounds good. Subs make more sense. It just depends. So like, I've noticed that subathons are more community oriented, where if like donathons, if a streamer has like goals, for example, like, I don't know, alternate model debut or something, or alt outfit, then those has like, please I need rent. Yeah, or like luxury things for your VTuber model, like, hey, like a Chikawa debut is like, did the timer end? It did end. It did end. No more subathon. Back to your normally scheduled. Subathon is like, let's grow. That's valid. That's valid. Yeah, I think I'd rather just do a subathon, personally. But I might make, because of you guys, I think I might have to make the starting subs different. So like the next one would be 20 subs, 30 subs, 40 subs, 50, 60. I think I do. The final record was, yeah, I think like 162. I think it was 162. It's in settings. Subathon mode. Is it gone? Is it gone? What? 162. 162. I want to put that in Line's brain. First subathon. 162 subs. That's not the number 2. Thank you guys. Don't worry, we still have a lot of hype things planned. Just removing these. I'll think of something for next time. this one and then remove this one. I think that's fair. 20 and then like I don't know. I don't like doing the going from 10s to 20s, I think. I don't really know. Maybe that's okay though, because then it'd be 80. 80. I feel like these are pretty valid. But yeah, we'll figure it out when re-debut time happens. We have other stuff to work on. But I do want to ask PZ timelines. 200 would probably be a good top goal that's achievable. Okay, okay. No, I like that. I think you should. No, I won't. I literally just closed it. I literally just closed it. Re-debut. Yeah, okay, to 200. So then let's do like, because I think I did this wrong. I think in the heat of me dying, I just kind of didn't count good. So 60, we could do, widowy. 80, 90, wait, 10. We do 10s. One would be 100. It could be like 120. This is going to 125. 50. Guys, this is hard math. This is 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, this is 15. I was gonna do 115. 15, 130. That's such an odd number, though. Do 125, 150, 175, 200. I think that's fair. 100, 115, 125. So this one's like a little bit shorter, and then it gets a bit bigger. 25, 10, 15, 25. I think that makes sense. Go away. I don't want these songs. They're also a lot quieter than the previous songs, which is weird. Oh. No. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Widowy. Widow quiz community. Right. I want to do this. Oh, Elaine, hello, Rally. How are you? From small time dope pusher. From small time. I'm gonna edit that a little bit so it's a little more TikTok friendly. From small time dealer to kingpin, manufacture and distribute a range of drugs through the grungy city of Highland Point. Finally got my protein powder. What flavor? You and all the people sit in friends. Cookies and cream. Oh, Buffy chosen the Fansly game. He had an idea of a game, but I'm not really into visual novels, to be honest. I figured we might do Cloud Meadow, but I'm not really sure. I also need to make the Fansly account. Hold on, I need to look up something really quick. What? 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 I just found something that I think is cool. Hold on. I was having the new Cloud Runner has a lot of grinding to get the good. Damn it! I was having the new protein powder I got with my sister because she came to visit and she left her shaker cup at mine. I'm stuck with it until she comes back. Valid. Valid. Hopefully they will come retrieve it swiftly. I have an idea. I have an idea. Why can't I hold all these limes? I crave protein shake and it's 2 a.m. Do it. Drink it. Do it. Real person or and the limes are deposit. Is it terrible influence as always? Not all protein powders have caffeine in them. I'm just saying, not all protein powders have caffeine in them. And I think it was kind of rude of me to assume. Sometimes dealers they manufacture and distribute a range of drugs. Not about the caffeine. It's about the protein. Maybe you can just have a little bit of protein. A lot of milk, little protein. And milkshake protein has no caffeine unless it's a mocha one. Mine is milkshake. Don't scream. It's okay. Just drink some milk. Pea protein powder is wild. That is valid. Have you ever wanted to be the kingpin of your dreams? Maybe that cubicle job just isn't doing it for you and you want to live that high life. High life? From small-time dealer to kingpin, manufacturer, distribute, and Highland Point. It's not worth the I need the powder. I don't drink unflavored milk. It's not worth the toilet pain. Understandable. Are you lactose intolerant? There's so many people in the milk club that are lactose intolerant. Luckily, we got lactose-free milk on tap. Luckily, we got that lactose-free milk on tap, and we have a little candy bowl of lactades. That's something I should do. Candy bowl of lactades. Why not? That's a art idea. Candy bowl of lactade. All right. Yeah, hold all these. Deposit. I go and come back when I have my shake. Okay. I'm not intolerant. I just don't like the milkies. That's understandable. Do you like flavored milks though? Like strawberry milk or banana milk? Or do you just not like it at all? Oh, no, they did get manufacturing and distribution. Have you ever wanted to be the kingpin of your dreams? Maybe that cubicle job just isn't doing it for you and you want to live the high life. From multi-dealer to kingpin, manufacturer, distribute. Schedule 1. Just as it is a play on its title. is a game that you play. I got banana milk in my fridge. Yum, yum. It's a good one. Just as it is a play on its title, is a game where you play. Where is a game you play as a. Have you ever wanted to be the kingpin of your dreams? Maybe that cubicle job just isn't doing it for you, and you want to live that high life? From small-time dealer to kingpin, manufacture, distribute a range of drugs throughout the grungy city of Highland Point. I too got swept up in the waves of making them big stacks and running I too got swept up in the waves of making them big stacks and running my own business, one could say, out of my very own barn. I mean, come on. This is the Milk Club, and this game has a barn. How could this not be more perfect? So try out the demo today on Steam. And if it's up your alley, throw the devs a little bit that moolah. Try out the demo today on Steam, and if it's up your alley, throw the devs a little bit of that moolah from your clear. So try the demo today on Steam, and if it's up your alley, throw the devs a little bit of that moolah from Daddy Wallet that I know you're sitting on. It's gonna be a very interesting episode to do. All right. The video frame? I didn't want to. Grocery for the mother-in-law. Have a good time. Groceries. I gotta go pee again. I've been needing to go pee again for a little bit, but I've been trying to hold it. Schedule. Thank you for the lurk. Save. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, there was stuff in here that I didn't recognize. Oh, this is one of the businesses that I don't own. Oh, is this Taco? Oh, that's the inside of Taco Ticklers. What the fuck? I didn't know that. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Ugh, I don't have to think about a timer. This is. I am back. No, it won't go. It won't go up. It is gone now. It is gone now. I have a question. You know how, like, when you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you put jelly on one piece of bread and then you put peanut butter on the other piece of bread? Why don't you just put all the jelly and the peanut butter on one slice of bread and then have the other just be on top? Because then you wouldn't have to worry about possibly dropping one side of the PB&J. Like, fucking up your counter or something. Like, why not all condiments on one side? You know? I feel like jelly is loose enough that you could just spread it on peanut butter and be fine. You know? Let me move stuff. What the fuck? Okay. Let me put this over here because I like it over there. Because you get your PB on your jelly knife and then PB gets in the jelly. No, that's why you clean the knife in between. You animal, you clean the knife in between. You don't what? You don't know. You clean the knife in between. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, you clean what? In between the jelly. No. Oh, I see. No, wait, no, I see. I meant like in between the jelly and the peanut butter. You could. You could. Oh, you could. I know where this text should be. I'm bringing all this back, but it's like, I don't know if it's needed. No? You can get out. You know how to get out, baby. I know it's spooky. I know it's spooky because the door keeps opening and closing, but that's just a win, baby. Let's see. Steam, DB, schedule 1. When I'm doing that, I have like 1 jelly spoon and 1 PB knife. I just use 1 knife. I use 1 knife. I do jelly first because jelly is easier to clean off. I do jelly first and then I do peanut butter. What? Oh, damn it. Why? Alright, there you go. And then... Okay, wait. Save that. We have... I think it's in here. Yeah. I put too much jelly on my sandwich. I never had too much peanut butter. I have too much jelly and I don't like it. No! Oh, my death mat. No. Jelly is heinous because it's sticky. I got it. I got it. We're good. Okay, I got it. We're good. God damn it. Jelly is like the bane of my existence. This is why I like honey. Honey stays better. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. I'm interested in this. I'm interested. Get the plug in here. It's $15. Fuck. Oh, you bitch. Interesting. Hi, baby. Like, kind of like. What's the matter, Momo? What's the matter? What's the matter? Another door spooking you. Don't run. Come back here. Oh, you big baby. Oh, you're such a big baby. Oh. Don't airplane ear. Mama's just trying to comfort you in these trying times, huh? Being so silly. Being so silly, huh? I love you. I love you. I love you, baby. You're being awkward. You're being like upside down. Don't be upside down. I love you, Moira Bug. Okay, that's my nose. Alright, there you go. I'm fine. Okay, so interesting. Okay, we kind of want like an image like this. Okay, so let's just focus on the word roll. Whether we keep this font or not is not doesn't matter right now. Okay, and then feel like soft light's gonna come and clutch it. It did not. Okay, let's look at the CRT effect. Okay, so daily word. We don't have a daily word today. There's no daily word for today, unfortunately. Daily word. It doesn't. We don't have a word. I mean, that kind of looks like it. With the chromatic aberration after would be good, but I'm not really vibing with this, to be honest. I feel like the hard light just not where we want to go with this. I don't know how chromatic aberration would work on this. It's fun. And then it's fun. You just have to put the word after daily word. And then it's like what word, I think? Or was it what? Is it what word? Yeah, fine. Okay. Thanks, Pixels. I wonder if this one would be better. Making my eyes balls fucking break though. That's you have a good point there. It does have chromatic aberration. It has chromatic aberration on words that are white. I don't think there's much chromatic aberration on words that aren't white. Is there an effect to do that? Let's do like this. Okay. Can I just see how it looks overall? Okay, interesting. I'll look at multiple. Wait. It's a lot of chromatic aberration and then like it looks like they said like damage. So like I guess we should look up chromatic aberration in Affinity Designer. Lens correction filter that allows you to add chromatic aberration. There's this one. Red. interesting. Unity photo, chromatic aberration. I could, honestly, I could just do the chromatic aberration normally by just adding this above it, giving this a Gaussian blur slightly. I think a little bit less than this. I think it actually have to be on top, to be fair. Doing it like that, and then lowering the opacity. And then doing it again the other way. But with like blue. Gives that like the chromatic aberration look, which, what the fuck did I do? Like this. And then change it to blue and then do it the other way. Which kind of gives it that look. But red doesn't seem to do that. White does, which makes sense. I always wonder if... Alright, let's just start with R. Do R. And then if I stroke, outline, make sure this is 100%. Let's just take this color again. Actually, can we do a gradient on it? I think a gradient would look better. And this bottom one would be this darker red. Yeah, okay. And then yeah, everything has like that soft glow to it. But I think it's its own thing. Don't the beat, don't. The beat don't stop. Don't stop the beat. Yeah, okay, so, okay. No, I think my brain has an idea. So let's... They're pretty small, I think. And then just drop it in. Okay, and then let's say we have another one. O. And we just kind of overlap it a bit. And then L. Maybe like that, the roll. Bitch, Android. Where's that person? This guy. Oh, damn, that looks nice. Damn, look at that. Sheesh. Oddly, I feel like the font isn't exactly what matters. Excuse me. But it's like the colors of it that kind of help it, but I'm not exactly sure. this. Move these guys. And then I don't think this is necessary. Oops. Oh my. Okay. Oh, I didn't take it off the O. In the background. Okay, if the background, maybe if I made the background black, it would help. Yeah, there we go. Hmm. No, outer shadow. Do it this way. Yeah, there we go. Do that instead. What's up, Bumblebee? What's up, Miata? Red, it just glows red. So maybe these would actually go like this, and then go. Oh. Actually, let's do auto glow. Let's do a normal. Grab the red. I think that looks good. And then if we did just a slight Gaussian blur on this, maybe. It's Netflix. The O is so much different in these ones than mine. I feel like. Hmm. 1984. Hmm. Okay. It's CRT hat, CRT screen. This one's not bad. This one? I like that one. Or actually this one. Funky? I don't like Funky. Moira, what are you doing up there, baby? You are girly poppin', huh? Try Funky instead of Rona. Where is it? There we go. Oh, that's fine. Okay. They're kind of like this kind of like thickened border I quite like. Maybe we can try something with that. Let's not do this. Do and then they do like a purple color. Outer shadow. Like this red. Oops. Okay, there we go. Oh. I'll celebrate. What were you doing, baby? What are you doing, Moira? Maybe an O, like a capital O. Look at the R being lowercase. Oops. This screams the 80s. Wait, what is Gaudi Heavy? Sigourney Weaver. Whoa. Ooh. Ooh, wait, what about this one? I like this one. Moira! What are you doing? Don't fight figures. I mean, that's kind of like it, but not exactly what I I'm curious. Yeah, a lot of them do the, well, I wouldn't say a lot. It makes sense not to live for fun. Head gets done, but your head gets done. So much to think, so much to think, so much. The fuck was that for? Why'd you kick the wall? What are you doing? What are you doing? What was that for? What are you doing? What's your problem? Why cats do that? Why do cats like thump the walls? Why did my cat kick the wall? Many females will start showing disruptive behavior if they're fairly neglected, such as kicking the wall. Do you feel neglected? Do you feel don't kick the wall. Do you feel neglected? Even though I offer you attention, are they marking? What does that mean? Are you marking your territory? What's your problem? You're not supposed to sit behind my computer. There's not a lot of room for you back there. What are you doing? You being a menace? I think you're being a menace. You want me to make space for you? You could have asked nicely, you know that, right? You could have asked nicely. I was thinking, nah, she just kicked the back of the wall. She like, I bet there's a video, hold on. This thing. This thing. That thing. That thing. She just did that. She just did that to my wall. Just did that. Why'd you do that? Why do you do that? Why are you bunny kicking the wall? She wasn't even zooming. What's the matter? You want attention? Google says it's a cry for attention. Do you want attention? We're having a conversation. Do you want scritches? I have a perfectly good lap right here. A perfectly good cat-sized lap right here with a nice plush blanket that we could snuggle on. And you decide that you want to sit in probably the most awkward location on my computer, on my desk. Yes, we're having this conversation. I think this is a mother-daughter conversation that we need to have. Okay, look at me. Ma'am, Moira, look at me when I'm talking to you. I have a perfectly good lap right here, right? That you can have at any time of the day. Literally, if I'm sitting at this computer, you could sit here at any time of the day. Do you understand that? And welcome back. I'm talking to my cat. We're having a mother-daughter conversation. Now, don't yawn while I'm talking. Like this. Don't be like, I'm bored. Moira, don't start chewing on stuff while I'm talking to you. Okay, look at me. I don't know why you want to sit there. If you wanted like a little nook, like when you were a baby, you know how like when you were a baby you used to sit on my desk, you know, I could just give you a spot. Oh my god, I love that your cat's name is Moira. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. She's my baby. Come on, let's just everything to go back. It's just, she bunny kicked my wall. And Google, as any woman would go to Google, getting something off their hind legs. Any wall like this is okay, but the bathroom tiles are the best. Why should you do this the most? It's when they're going to the bathroom doing their
Bad kitty, where's my spray bottle?
No spray bottles. We don't do spray bottles in this house. Other parents to let them in or out of the house. I want to know too. Mine doesn't say I got one. Mine's also a girl. Tiles, what? Nope. Maybe she's kicking the cat litter. Did you have cat litter on your paw? You didn't just go to the bathroom. You were just you just hopped on my shelves. Was there something on your leg? Why are you sitting in the most weird spot on my desk? Like, I have so many spots on my desk where you could like curl up and have a nice little nap if you wanted to, but you're deciding to sit in a spot that really just doesn't have room for you. You're like an awkward child sitting in the awkward corner that doesn't fit for them. If anything, you look like you're having a timeout time. Do you need me to move stuff on my desk even though there's plenty of room for you? I don't my cat's confusing me. My cat's giving me a conniption fit in my brain. Okay. Alright. I know I'm not the best about keeping my desk clean. Sometimes depending on the litter, it tracks super easily. That's valid, but she didn't just come from the bathroom. I just kissed her like 5 seconds ago and I checked out her little peats and her peats are all good. So I don't know why she's having these conniption fits. She's giving me a conniption fit. Okay, look, I understand that my desk isn't the cleanest, but there's plenty of room for a cat like you to sit on this nice desk mat over here or in that corner, you know? But you're deciding to be in the one corner where I can't see. Okay, so I'm gonna expose you to chat, all right? With an MS Paint drawing. I have 3 monitors, and they look like this, right? And then here's my desk, right? I have an L-shaped desk, okay? And there's a portion of it that's covered, and I have a little trash can here, and then we have a thing here. It's like a little cart of stuff, and then I have my PC thing here, and she's sitting, and I have a lamplight right there. She's sitting right here. On that X, she's sitting right there. And it's fine if that's what she wants, but I'm just saying, like, there's like this corner right here and there's like a nice little like spot right there that she could just lounge. And she could watch everything I'm doing if she sits in this one. Now her father is currently enticing her with noises. So I guess that's what she's doing. But I just found the kicking of the wall very, very rude. Hi Prubat. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. My cat's weird. You know how to open that door. Her father was trying to play with her out the door, and the door is like opened like only a little bit so she can stick her paw out the door. See, there you go. Cats also love super tight space. My cat will somehow squeeze between my lap and my laptop. That's crazy. I mean, like, my lap has a little snuggle spot because my knees don't exactly hit the top of my desk. Kids these days, I know. But I'm just saying, because it's like, when she's back here, she'll like chew on my key light, or she'll chew on my monitor stand most of the times. So I have to like turn my monitor so it's like facing the other way, so that way I, who is sitting here, can see her and make sure she's not chewing on shit. Fucking cat. I give her all the nooks and crannies. I made a cubo for my botanist and schedule, and yeah, I just saw. I would be your botanist. Good lord, my cat. Okay, anywho. Back to what we were doing, which is making a logo for my series because I don't like the one I have now. Good lord, my cat. Roll for fun. Oh, imagine the Rolling Stones font instead. I like this one. What is this one? Oh my god, Kyoatic, thank you. I hope I said your name right. If not, please let me know. How do I get this one? I want that one. Welcome on in. Oh my god, I love the version of the song. Me too. Everything. Ooh, whoa, whoa, Mamma Mia. I want the font that I just saw, and I don't know where it is. Bye. How much I missed you. Is that the Baylands per what? I want this font. You have to buy it? Fuck. Okay, retro 80s fonts free. Tubular 80s fonts free and fancy and retro. Okay. Okay, roll fun. Okay. You go. You stand the door, I let you know. Won't be away too long. I know I'm not that strong. Ooh, Storybook reminds me of the Defines the best friend out. It is. This reminds me of the old Dungeons and Dragons books. It reminds me of the font that they used to use for it. Kind of like this. A little bit. I'm broken hearted. Since the day we started. Nope. None of those. Okay, cool. We're going back to the font. Mamma Mia. Game we play goodbye. Wasn't me forever. I've been broken hearted. Since the day we started. Oh, did I ever let this one could be good. This one, I like this one. This one could be good. What is this one? I have this one, don't I? I have this one. Pokemon. Last night, really playing Pokemon. I do. Oh my god. Where are you? Oh my god. Eating all my pancakes. Charizard, why are you eating all my pancakes? Eating all my pancakes. eating all my pancakes. It's me. Don't let me, please. How do you do That's Effect DaVinci. Song of the Summer, yeah it is. Not DaVinci, Affinity Design. Oh fuck, the last time I remembered how to do this was a really gross way. Ew, ew. I don't want to do it the way that they're gonna tell me to do it because the way that they tell me to do it is really gross. It's really gross. Okay, so what? Let me explain it. So what they have you do in this, for example, so let's take the R. Hi Moira, are you gonna be a menace? I'm gonna take your little pitter patters as a yes. That's fine. What are you doing? Okay. You do this, and then you offset it, right? So as far as you want it to be, right? And then you create duplicates, and you keep doing that until you achieve the effect that you want. And it's really stupid, and I don't like doing it like this because it's really dumb. Yeah, so I think I have a better idea. What are you doing? I think if I... Oh, not that. If I take these two and I add them to a shape together, and then do that, and then I delete node. I love you, little Charizard. There we go. I love you. I think this is the way I'd do it personally. It's a lot less hard. And I don't know why I didn't think of it before, to be honest. Oh my god, this is such an old meme song. Weird to be so clean. I'm wishing that I've grown hard. I guess I'm human no more. The only problem about this, doing it this way, is that you can't like apply this to everything. It's an effect that you'll have to make once and then make it again multiple times. So I could do it like that if I want to. I just kind of got to see how this all looks together. Are these all magic retro? They are. How would an O look in this? Oh. I guess I'm doing no more. Okay, so instead of O, do this. Bring this back. My cat is not having the fact that there are things happening in our house, which is called the wind. She is not having that fact. What are these? Oh, it's blue. It's blue? I made it blue? What? I know I made it blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do 6 sides. Where is it this one? No, it's just the color of the letter, isn't it? I'm so confused with what I'm doing. Okay, turn you off. Let's see. Hell yeah, okay. And now just put it down. I think actually this wouldn't be rotated. This would just be straight up and down. And then maybe give this the lighter red. If it's a shape, if it's a 3-dimensional shape, how does this handle it? How do they handle that? They don't really do 3-dimensional shapes. It's just kind of a flat shape. So I think this is okay. And then do I want to do a black outline? Not really. Like, I get the black being to make it look like there's empty space. Yeah. Yeah, and dividing shapes are just lines. They're just lines, okay. I think that's fine. Yeah. And then I think roll actually looks kind of good. And then let me just, this is gone. And actually, what size is this? 652. Okay. You. Wait, I just came back to sleep, Token. You did. And if there are any songs that you wish to hear on my streams, feel free to play them. I might do it the opposite way. Oh, maybe not. Interesting. So in this one, they have it to where all of the letters are connected, but then universally they have a line around them. Which I think might look better for something like this. I like that they were like... makes sense. There we go. Kind of like the font being a bit crooked. Let's go here. I don't really want to listen to this song, I think. Ooh, why does that look bad? There we go. Try it without the outer shadow. Another thing that I'm interested in is making sure that these don't have any rotation on them. Yeah, I like Bring Me the Horizon. Let's do an outline now, and let's do an outline of black. Oops. I have an idea. My brain is exploding. Hi, Shadow. How are you? Like, no matter the way I rotate this, there keeps being, tangents, which I don't like. Okay, let's try this. Might be good. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm trying to figure out how to make a fun retro logo, kind of like these. I feel like no one's using the font that I am using in this, though, which I just realized, which makes my donkey dick sad. I did like the old YouTube one, to be honest. The YouTube one was kind of fun. So what if we take this and bring it back to Verona? Roll fun. Boogie Boys looks interesting. Reminds me of the Beach Boys. I think the thing I'm getting caught up on is the fact that, yeah, okay, I'm getting caught up on the fact that getting too caught up on the font. And I think the font that we had was perfectly fine. This was what? FTY. Okay. FTY. And then let's all have this be 650. Do it this way. Yeah. I can do it this way. I don't really like the way the N sits. The U and the N are just so similar in their lines that it's kind of hard to be like, oh yeah, this looks good, because like they're just so similar in their tangents. Maybe font could be scooted over a bit more. Okay, now let's try it here. Change it back to Verona. In the same effect. I think the fake shadow doesn't look terrible, to be honest. If I did it maybe the opposite way, because I think a lot of them go the opposite way. Yeah. Why is the dice being weird? Probably because of the outline, right? Yeah. Okay, maybe. No, this needs to be in here. Like that. This needs to be a 0. Make sure these are all. Go. Never cry with the children Interesting. Okay. So what outline does this have? 5.5. So I did that here with a 5.5. And then we took the outer shadow and offset it a bit more. That much. Not too bad. And then same for here. And the dice, but the dice we remove the outline. Not terrible. And then let's give the same effect to these guys. And then do this. Let's see, do they have any where it's like one word and then on the real reels entertainment? roll for fun. Let's see. Let's do 21 pilots. Okay. Big commerce. Okay, okay. So then the number 4 is roll 4 fun, or This make me whole. Look at 80s. Let's just look at 80s logos. I feel like a lot of it had this like this 3D like text effect. Just like pretty like, see, even this has it. This has it. I think that might be a big distinctor for 80s font, like 80s logos, is that kind of like fake like drop shadow look that makes it look more 3D. We can do I'm just trying to decide if roll 4 fun, like the fun, if the fun should be like a different logo or a different like word. Ooh, I really like that font. The Hasco font is really nice. Damn, Sprite. I like that Sprite logo. Damn, that's a lot in my face. Like all this color and life, I like it. Hey God, that middle line. Letters is used twice here. Guest Snatch, NBC, ESPN, MTV, Miami Vice, McDonald's. Everyone is so different. Like I can see the middle line being used. I can see like the drop shadow being used a lot to make the 3D effect. This glow look, 80 logo spotted, and Stranger Things. Star cut. Orange Julius, interesting. The old Burger King logo, Claire's. JCPenney's logo has always been that. Cocoa Puffs, Coke, Radio Shack, Gick, Sam Goody. Let me see, remind me of points in the elements. Graphic design of the 80s fusion, pastel colors, annual print, tropical neon pop art, bright and bold geometrics, making the style truly recognizable. There are some things about mixed pattern and broad color profiles that bring joy. Check out these 80s graphic designs on Pinterest and popular 80s fonts. That's crazy. That's crazy. Knight Rider? Ruben? What the fuck? Ruben might be what we want. Roll fun. Maybe Ruben might be what we want. Maybe. Lando. Retro wave. What does this do? Like if we click it? Yeah, it makes that text interesting. Knight Rider is David Hasselhoff's most famous role, while with a talking card that's, oh yeah, you guys mentioned that a few times. We might use that one. Maybe we could use that one because it's a reference to the 80s. You drive the car from the hit TV. Oh yeah. Maybe Ruben is the way to go. Don't want to do it like this kind of like synth wavy though. I love how that statement sounds like such bullshit. Hey man, David Hasselhoff is a sight to behold. You know? I feel like he's done a lot of things that not many of us would imagine doing. like this. I like that. That's cool. Feel like I don't understand 80s graphics as well as I hope to because I fucking wasn't born in the 80s. JVC, I like that font. The JVC letters, those are nice. Beppis, the Beppis font. I have a drive buzzer, that's great. Hi, baby. You want in my lap? You want me to turn on your blanket? Your blanket's on now, so you'll be nice and warm when you go up there, okay? Purpose for brilliant. Let's see. Ooh, ooh, I like this. Is this kind of cool? Font color. Thanks for recording. I like this. I like this. I don't know what this is, but I like this. I like it a lot, actually. I kind of want to replicate this. Give it. Give it. That. I like that. Can I replicate something like that? Go away. I need all of this to go away. Only thing I need right now is this. And then... I'm having ideas. My brain, it's opening. Okay, let's say this is this. I'm gonna have to redo the lines on this because they're just that, which I don't like. Elaine's brain is bursting right now. Move this. Move. Cracked open like a watermelon, yes. All sweet juice is pouring out. 5.5, I feel. Nope. Do like 10. 10 with rounded corners. Yup. Oh baby. Oh baby. Gonna make boys go crazy. Go stupid. Up, down, right now. Looking for you up now. What? What? How are these not even? Huh? Huh? Oh, is it because of this? There we go. This. There we go, and then. No, go crazy. Go stupid. Go student. Up, down, right now. That's not the same. No. Ah. Yes, Momo. What's the matter? I turned on your blankie. You want to go on your blankie? Your mom's blankie isn't warm, hon. Your blanket's not plugged in. But your blanket is plugged in. Okay, Google, turn on magic light rope. Oh, it's the wrong color. It's blue. Why are you blue? There we go. Actually, no. Let's do it like this. There you go. There we go. All right. You guys know this song is from Cars. Ghosty taught me that. Okay, thanks. Okay. What's the background? Nope. Good thing it's not a bad song you just got called out the fuck on. Yeah, I know. Could have been like such a embarrassing song or just a bad song and then I would have cried. Ooh. I just had another idea. It goes so hard, it does, doesn't it? The fuck? I'm using the wrong font again. And why are you different than you? Not the same? Oh, I'm getting juked by the fact that the dice is a different color at the bottom versus the top. But that doesn't matter because the color should be different anyway, because I'm silly. Actually, can I just... This is what I did before, 29. That's what it should look like, huh? I like the colors I chose more. 7. The moon's an earthquake rumble. Before fall, never stumble. I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like circle crumble. Destined to be alone. This will go on top of fun. Moon's an earthquake rumble. River stone never rumble. Be humble, break down walls like Jericho crumble. With an earthquake crumble. Color, because it can't be red. Maybe it's the first word that needs a different color. Like white. And on your skin, no one else can feel it for you. Oh, I could use this blue. What am I thinking? I was like, I want to use a blue, but I don't know what blue. This thing has blue in it. Make it darker. I just realized these don't have gradients though. They're just straight colors. Oh. Oh. I didn't think about that. Ooh, orange looks bad though. Let's do... I like this color palette. Just let me view the image. Okay. Nope. Then roll can be this blue. And then the dice has to be a solid color. Interesting. Like, and then the 4 would take this color. Make the words that you cannot find reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. At least your inhibition on yours, and someone can feel it for you. I like how thick this is, but unspoken. Should the dice be smaller? Last night ended up online. I'm screwed. Oh my god, I forgot about this song. In a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure it ruled. Damn. Last Friday night. I forgot last Friday night. I think we're getting closer. If it was like this. It's not bad. Alright, let's look at more of these. These are actually really good. Don't blur, but I'm pretty sure it ruled. Damn. Last Friday night. I want to be somebody. Whoa, that's cool. Cars and the bar. Last Friday night. I think one thing that I'm realizing that like old fonts don't have is outlines. Outlines aren't a thing. Like this is more appropriate to where it looks like there are no outlines. It's just cutting itself out. So if that's the case. Let's turn this off. This is an erase then. Last Friday night. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is that words in these don't, like Back to the Future does, but not really a lot of the logos of the 80s had outlines. Like, this does, but it's across the whole thing. Hmm. I never realized that. And the outer shadow could move more. Like, this is a general shape that it's outlining, but the words, like, these words itself aren't really outlined, and I never realized that. Hmm. Hmm. Like, this would have an outline. Like, this would have the same thing, the theme of this, but like, hold on, this, and then take this, oops, this, make this an erase layer. Oh, without this. Oh wait, no, it would be. Yeah, it'd be like that. I don't know if this would happen though. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now I'm curious about something. This. Just do R. Move this guy. Below. Erase. Maybe do like 10. That's like the R. She will be like this. It can't be in separate layers or else they don't affect one another. Yeah, so this actually can't be anything either. Otherwise Otherwise it won't affect the dice. And we want to do, I think we want to do a cutout on the dice. But I think it has to be thicker. Let's make this like 15. Yeah. Oops. How do they overlap letters that are like similar to one another though? Like roll? SSPOP. And there's, I guess from the looks of it, they wouldn't have two letters that are similar to one another. You know, like have a position like this. The Apple logo. Actually, I bet this guy has Apple. Google Google does overlap, but just barely. Because it's capital if I do lowercase? What? Oh, they're the same. Oh. That's why using a different font here would make more sense. Oh. Hmm. What's that the next one? Hmm. Neighbors, kids. Um, that one kind of works, but I kind of don't like it too. Not this. Okay. We kind of want to go back to that, like, I think we want that chunky 80s font. Oh, was it? We can try the TH one again. I think it was like thunk. See it. I see the one that I want. It's not giving it to me though. Oh, oh, wait, this is cool. Oh, it's an effect. Oh, you bitch. Oh, oh man, that does look good. The Surfwave Club font. This one looks good too. This is not bad, but I don't think it's the vibe. Boogie Boys could be good. Just don't know with the L's. The L's are weird. But ooh, and it has the extruded shadow. Okay, well, I kind of got too excited and now it doesn't want to load. Cool. Okay, so this one, install. So I think after a lot of back and forth, I've set up my operation. It spans a total of 3 buildings, but I don't know if there will be any bottlenecks or issues until everything goes full force. Understandable. Well, I hope the best of luck to you and your stuff. Why are these white? Happening. Oh, I guess we should do them normal. Yellow. Hi, Andrea. How are you? I'm currently trying to make an 80s logo, and it is going. It is going. Oh, I like that though. I think I like that. I'm good. I'm glad. I've missed you. I hope you slept well and are looking forward to a fantastic day. I'm gonna order a Steam Deck today. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, those are worth the investment. I'll tell you what. I'm good. Trying to figure out my madness, which is this. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want blue. They do an outline though. Oh my god, they do an outline on their text, which looks nice. Just white. Oh, oh my god. 6.2. I have a feeling that this would just be better if I just did the words together. What did they do? Is it on the inside? It looks like it's on the inside of it. I didn't match it up so well. A perfect day to die. Oh, because they're not the same size. Oh, that doesn't look right either. Huh? I think for the wellness check, let me drink some water. Font does need to be bigger. Nope, I don't think so. It is on the outside. I think I was right. I think on the outside. This color. None of that. That's not bad. And then if we did. Honey Mac is your perfect day. Elaine almost wants to make the word roll red. Make it red. Oh, yeah. Make this orange. I don't like it. 80s color palette. Red. Orange. No. I don't know how I feel about either of these. This is dog water. Why does it look so strange? Okay. Ladies. Let's try this string of colors. Lock this guy. This guy becomes this color. And then fun becomes this color. This is the Burger King color palette. I don't know if I exactly want to take the Burger King color palette, but I might. I really like the Burger King color palette, I'm not gonna lie. With it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm stealing it. I don't think they can trademark colors. I think if they did, McDonald's would have already trademarked yellow and red. You know? Yippee! Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Can you just play it? Could you just play it? Thank you. Jeez. I do like the white. What if this became brown? Technically they can, but only in the context of a logo, if I recall. I hope that my logo is different enough. I mean, I don't think you'll look at this logo and go, Burger King, you know? I think. I think it's because of this. Okay, hold on, let me remove it. Just for now. Redhead best bet, tear shed, screaming squeeze. Just how about you use them? It's how you use them that's valid. No, wrong thing. Deleted the dice by accident. Alright, we have to go soon. Unemployed, but her feet giving me a job? Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck did you just say in my chat, dog? Excuse me? Excuse me? Starting fights? Oh, well, come on in. Hope you enjoy starting fights. Arf, arf. Arf, arf. Do the dogs be borking? The dog's borking. How's Monday, Wayne? Monday's not too bad. I'm going insane because I don't understand the 80s, but I'm good. About to have movie night here in a couple minutes, and I don't know if anybody's gonna watch it, which is fine, because I'll watch it myself. 80s do be a mystical place. I wasn't even born in the 80s, so it's like very confusing for me. I'm gonna ask my parents if you want. Could you ask them if this looks like a logo that they would find in the 80s? Because, like, I'm basing it off of, like, these ones. And so I'm trying my best, but I feel like they all look like dog water, so I'm, like, trying. Like if I give it the full effect, right, which is then this, and then we give it the Gaussian blur. No, it's the outer glow. That's Def 80s core, cool. This will be in the background. And then we do another layer that is literally just everything. I think with a glow, I think. Oops. Oh, wait, I did this bottom part wrong. Why are you not in erase? You are in erase. No, you're a liar. That's what you are. Oh, wow. You made burritos? Thank you. The only thing I know about the 80s is the Beastie Boys and Reaganomics. I know nothing about the 80s. I know they were a time that existed and a lot of people thought they were cool. And then we take this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles and a Half Shell, Turtle Power. Do a good job. Hi, I hear myself in the kitchen because Pixels is listening to me, and I'm so sorry for your ears. I'm so sorry for everybody's ears. I'm sorry that I put you through that. Glow, normal. Intensity radius. I think if I'd like this more. Oh, fuck, okay. I think the Gaussian blur was better. First time when cartoons were produced by toy companies to sell products. Hell yeah. You ever forgot the new Skrillex drop on the 1st and that shit slaps? Hell yeah, I'm glad. None of this. Outer glow is this color. Same with the dice. The dice gets this color. Is there a difference? The difference is I like that one more. Okay, cool. CRT mask. The CRT TV mask. Oh. I just need some black and white, dog. On my hand. My hand's wet, and I was like, what the fuck? It's because I took a bite of my burrito. Now there's liquid in my sleep. Take a look at my enormous penis. Levels on filtering away. Take a look at my enormous penis. Hey, yo, that's kind of it. Kind of like it. It fucks up the colors, but you're close. One sunny day, look at my enormous penis. Everything's coming my way. My enormous penis. Look at my enormous penis. Look at my enormous penis. The piece of the almost day. going my way. Everything's going my way. Everything's going my way. Everything's going. And then I feel like I want to do a slight Gaussian blur on this, just slightly. I don't know. But you know what it's time for? Actually, I'll let that play. It's time to head out of here because it's movie night. It's movie. Oh my god! Kuma got a new model? I didn't even know. We're gonna go raid them. We're gonna go raid them because they're working on art. And it's kind of similar vibe to what we were doing. So I hope you guys have fun over there. I'm going to go watch a movie. If you want to join me, feel free to join me in the Discord. This is the Discord. But here's a raid message if you'd like a raid message. I still forgot to put it to Minko Sit, but you know, it is what it is. But I love you guys a lot, and I hope you guys have a great time over there. Let me do the raid, because I have forgot to do the raid. But go cheer on their model, because it's so cute. I'll be back here tomorrow to do some video editing and some other art fun stuff. So I hope to see you guys there. I love you guys so much, and thank you for hanging out with me. Have a good night, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye.